First of all, Ernest, I would like to start out by giving a shout out to FYF Sports Debates Podcast. I really love that podcast. I really do.
All right, FYF Sportsman, appreciate y'all being here today. I haven't talked about it yet. A lot of people have. I haven't had a chance to talk about it yet, but a lot of people have. And y'all know with these situations right here, I kind of like to sit back. I like to see how the cards unfold. Obviously, the trade happened. I mean, the only thing people can do now is give their own assertions as to why this player didn't go to their team, try to determine who controls the team. He says you got a new cast, Lamont. What do you mean a new cast? Oh, a new cast. Oh, no, it's the same one as the last time. I don't know if you saw it last time. It's the same one as last time. But salute, yeah. But we got to talk about terrible Christian Gamer says the trade was risky. You know, in today's NBA, though, terrible Christian Gamer. When we see how players will willingly up and leave, request trades, if you're not showing that you're willing to build a competitive team around them, you have to make these moves. I mean, a lot of people like to knock Kevin Durant and LeBron James and players of the day for this player movement. But again, it's those types of players that they're the reasons why we see these types of moves happening. And why we see a team like the Dallas Mavericks. Yeah, listen. What was the conversation around the Dallas Mavericks all year? Dallas ain't giving Luka enough help. Luka don't have enough help. Luka don't have enough help. Luka needs another star. Dallas isn't doing anything. This is what y'all called for. Maybe not you guys per se, but if you just listen to some of the chatter that's just been going on in the sports sector, that's been the narrative that's been getting pushed. And so now that Dallas Mavericks pulled the trigger and they were able to successfully get a deal done, I'm not upset. You have to try, because at the end of the day, they're a much better team. Their Vegas championship odds changed overnight astronomically. And so now we have to, I think now we're in a situation now where we have to try to see, okay, there were other teams in play. The Lakers obviously were one of those teams that were a major player for Kyrie Irving. What went wrong there? That's what we're going to be discussing today. Why were the Clippers not able to pull off a similar move? The Phoenix Suns, who seem to be falling apart, why were they not able to put something together? You know, I think it was a little bit more complicated for teams like the Phoenix Suns. I think the Phoenix Suns and the Clippers maybe would have needed a third team involved to kind of help bring in pieces, but we're going to get to the root cause of why these deals weren't getting done. And then also there's a sentiment that, I was listening to Banks channel, and not just Banks channel. I went to the Laker Nation stream on Facebook. I was listening to another Laker group on Discord. And the common theme that I'm hearing from the Laker fan base is that the NBA don't want LeBron James to win another championship. The NBA stopped this. Joe Tsai didn't want LeBron James to win. And then so you have a completely separate sector of fans who just think this was completely done so that LeBron James can't win, which, again, I understand why fans think that way, but again, it's just horrible logic to even put that into consideration. So we'll be talking about all of that today and more on FYF Sports, man. Make sure you guys, man, if you can, morning stream, talking about the Kyrie Irving situation. Definitely, if you can, support the channel. Cash App is in the chat, man. FYF Sports, $ FYF Sports. Or make sure you guys are smashing the like button. Man, I've been so caught up in some of these basketball topics that I've been forgetting to tell you guys. We need to smash the like button because every time we go live, we're looking at potentially we should have 300 to 600 likes every time a video is complete. So salute to H30 in the chat. Nicholas Brown, One Cool P. I saw you in here early. Eastside said, you turn this into a LeBron stream. No, I'm not. It's not a LeBron stream. I'm just telling you what I'm hearing. When I get to the root of what we're talking about, it has nothing to do with them. It has nothing to do with them. He says, am I still taking donations from my friend Just Blaze? Yes, I am. Let me put his information in there. All you got to do, if you do want to send a donation for the homie Charles Knuckles, if you do want to send it, make sure if you send a Cash App, make sure you put the name Charles, or just say inmate or anything that lets me know it's directly for him. And like I said, and also if you don't have Cash App and you still want to support, his DLC number is right there with his full name. You can go to jpay.com. You can send him a letter or just words of encouragement. You can send him a little gift package, just a little basket of just like noodles and little snacks and things that he can, you can send him credits for video calls with his kids. So again, if you want to support the homie right there, his information is right there in the chat. And salute to Just Blaze for reminding me of that, because and that's just what Just Blaze did is, our life out here goes on so quickly, we forget about the people that's in there. Even I forgot, and that's the homie. So salute to Just Blaze for helping remind me of that. But I got that in the chat. I'll keep it in the chat. I'll keep putting that in the chat throughout the morning. And if anybody wants to support, I definitely will give you a shout out if you hit the Cash App. But we're going to be talking about it today. We got the Kyrie Irving situation. We got the Kyrie Irving trade. We're also going to be reviewing a video as well from Bobby Marks. So we're going to be getting to a video here as well from Bobby Marks about this potential trade. And you guys I don't know. I mean, from some of the things that I'm reading, it to me, it looks like Kyrie not being a Laker was something that was completely out of the Lakers' hands. The Lakers presented the best offer they possibly could. Unfortunately, it just wasn't an offer that the Brooklyn Nets were willing to accept. And we're going to get to the facts about what the Lakers actually really offered, the cards that were really on the table. And we'll see what was what. But so basically, Kyrie Irving was sent to the Mavericks along with Markieff Morris for Spencer Dinwiddie, Dorian Finney-Smith, a 2029 first round pick, 2 second rounders in 2027 and 29. And this is according to league sources. And so that was the gist of the deal. And this is when Irving, he asked out of the franchise because they couldn't, essentially, just to kind of dumb it down, essentially they could not come to terms on an extension. So when it comes to teams like the Lakers and why they potentially failed to get Kyrie Irving, I think this brings different elements into play. And I'll talk about some of those things. Obviously, you have Sam Amick, and then you also have Sham Shariana, who also talks about some of the things that led to this deal falling apart. And I'm going to go over some of those details. I want to get y'all thoughts on this as well. First, I'm going to start with Sham Shariana. And he talked about this in depth. And so he talked about the Lakers and what the offer was. So he says the Lakers offered the Nets a package of Westbrook and 2 first-round picks in 2027 and 2029. All right. And it says the Nets informed the Lakers that in order to make an offer to get Irving, they would require all of their young players, Austin Reeves and Max Christie, and pick swaps in addition to Westbrook and the first 2 round picks. Okay, so a lot of people just stopped there, just assumed the Lakers said, we ain't giving you Christie and Austin Reeves, and that's why the deal didn't work. That is 100% false. According to Sham Shariana, the Lakers were willing to give Austin Reeves and Max Christie. The Lakers, according to him, did not want to agree to the 2 additional first-round pick swaps. And so there were some other things going on where Dallas wanted pick swaps as well. That would have absorbed even more picks from the Lakers, and that's where the Lakers, at least according to Shams, that's where they stood their ground. That's what they did not want to do. Now, according to Sam Amick, I think he has even more details on it. He says that the Lakers were willing to do the pick swaps, the first round picks, Christie and Reeves, the 2 first round picks and Russ. They were willing to do all of that. This is where the deal fell apart. He says that the Lakers wanted to align Kyrie Irving's extension with LeBron James's contract, which means if they trade for Kyrie Irving, they immediately wanted him to agree to a 2-year, $78 million extension. And that 2-year, $78 million extension aligns with LeBron James's contract, which means they're not committed to Kyrie any longer than LeBron James is there, which in essence makes sense. Unfortunately, Kyrie Irving said he would only agree to an extension, a 4-year extension. He only wanted the full extension. He didn't want an extension that was like 2 years or anything short. He wants the max extension that he can get. And so I think with the Lakers, that's where they bumped heads. So a lot of the news that you guys are hearing about the Lakers not wanting to give up these draft picks of players, that's all false. The Lakers were willing to give up literally everything that Brooklyn asked for, which is smart. When you're looking to get a player like Kyrie Irving of his magnitude, and you know how well those 2 guys play alongside LeBron. I mean, you know how well he plays alongside LeBron James. You obviously want to pull the trigger and give up everything. So according to him, this deal was quashed because of Kyrie Irving, not because of LeBron James, not because of Jeannie Buss, not because of Rob Pelinka. It's because Kyrie Irving didn't want to agree to an extension that aligned with a LeBron James. He wanted the 4-year extension. He didn't want a 2-year extension. And now, I mean, those are 2 trusted sources. They both kind of said things along the same lines. I think their end conclusion was a little different. Some people say that Sam Amick is a little bit closer to the situation. I don't know. I know Shams is signed with Clutch. So, I mean, he's also going to have an inside edge on some of these conversations. So I think even no matter what you conclude, I think it was out of the Lakers' hands. If you look at the package that Dallas gave to LA, if you look at that package, the package Dallas gave to the Brooklyn Nets, I mean, it's just a better package. Spencer Dinwiddie's already familiar with the Brooklyn Nets organization. He's familiar with Jacques Vaughn. Translating him into that offense is going to be seamless. He's already familiar with a ton of those players. Then you have Dorian Finney-Smith. They need defensive help on the front line. So you help out Nicholas Claxton. So you show up your front line. You add a perimeter defender. You have a guy that's pretty solid at protecting the rim. You bring in a perimeter scorer like Spencer Dinwiddie. He's not Kyrie Irving, but he can somewhat get the job done. I think it was just a better trade. If you're trying to win now. Obviously, Brooklyn's not in position to try to play for the future with draft picks. You can't waste another year of Kevin Durant. So they're at least going to try to make another push to win. Now, is this enough to beat the Brooklyn Nets or the Boston Celtics? I mean, not the Brooklyn Nets. Is it enough to beat the Milwaukee Bucks or the Boston Celtics is the question. I don't believe it is. But at least you give yourself a chance. A. Weezy Banks says the Brooklyn owner was hating. I don't believe he was hating. I mean, I think the Brooklyn owners, I think it's his job to accept a trade that puts their team, whatever their directive is. So they could have went into these trade talks with a number of directives. They could have said, okay, we're looking to make this trade to get draft picks and build towards the future. We want young players. They could have said, we want to make this trade because we want to stay consistent this year. We want to still make a push, a playoff run to make up some of the money that we're paying in luxury tax. There's a number of things that they're thinking of that we don't necessarily consider. And I think their trade basically says, okay, we're going to make a push for the playoffs. We're going to try to get to the second round, third round. If we get lucky, maybe we get to the Eastern Conference Finals. And if we can get there, who knows what can happen based on what the matchups are. But I think this trade gives them the best chance to compete because of consistency and chemistry. But I don't believe that ownership went into these trade talks thinking, what can we do so LeBron James doesn't win another championship? I don't think other teams care about LeBron that much, where that's the start of their conversation when they're trying to make a trade with their own team. To me, it just doesn't make sense. As fans, those are the things we think they might be saying. But when you're running $1 billion organization and you don't have LeBron James on your roster, I don't think he's in too many of your conversations when you're talking trades, when you're trying to figure out what to do with your own star players. But it is, it makes for, it makes for a good conversation, though that's what it does for sure. But, it is what it is. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and listen to this video. We're going to get to this video with Bobby Marks. I'm curious to see what he has to say about it. And also, if you guys let me know, I want to make sure you guys are getting the audio. So if you're not hearing the audio, let me know. You should be getting the audio. But if you don't get the audio, let me know and I'll correct it. So hold on, let me get this. Let me get this in the chat one more time before we get started. Let's make sure we support, man. You can support FYF Sports or you can support the homie, Charles Knuckles. Either one works great. Cash App is in the chat, man. We're gonna go ahead and get to Bobby Marks' video. And so again, yeah, we're listening to so we're getting the perspective on this trade from three different people. That's the beautiful thing about this. We're getting this trade perspective from three different perspectives. Hold on, let me center myself a little bit better here. And so that way, when we walk away from this conversation, we're not just walking away with one vantage point. We're getting a vantage point from multiple people. We're hearing from Bobby Marks. We just heard what Sam Amick had to say, and we heard what Shams had to say. We're getting multiple vantage points. So when we walk away with this, we the most informed. And then from that point forward, you can conclude whatever you need to conclude. Salute to Xavier Steele, Logan in the chat, B Skrills. I see y'all all in there. Appreciate you guys pulling up to FYF Sports. But again, it's getting, trades and y'all look, the trade deadline ain't even here yet. There could be more. There could be more. I mean, you still got Zach LaVine in play. And a lot of people think, okay, the Lakers missed out on Kyrie. I don't know why people think Zach LaVine is just some pushover type of player. I mean, bringing in Zach LaVine, if you add in that with Anthony Davis and LeBron James, I think that's just as impactful. Is he Kyrie? No. But let's not act like he's not an all-star at his position. There's still a ton of trades. You still got Fred Van Vliet on the table. I mean, there's still a ton of things like the Lakers. One thing, especially the Laker front office, if things didn't go their way, the last thing that they need to be doing is sulking, worried about what they didn't get. Ricky E245, salute. He says this week is going to be crazy. Facts, Ricky E245. I believe it can be. Now, I was one that thought that the trade deadline was going to be very uneventful, but it seems like things are starting to get stirred up. Players are starting to chatter. Players are starting to talk. Nobody saw this coming. Nobody saw Kyrie requesting a trade. Are there going to be other players that step up? There was a rumor on Twitter that Nikola Vucevic was demanding a trade, things like that. So we got to see. Let's go ahead and get to the video. We got Bobby Marks talking about the Mavericks trade. We're going to stop it. Start it. We're just going to be reviewing his thoughts on this. And I just want to know if are his thoughts aligning with Shams or are his thoughts aligning with Sam Amick? It's probably going to fall somewhere in between. They're all NBA insiders. Make sure spam a 1 in the chat when I play this. Spam a 1 in the chat if you hear the audio clearly. I want to make sure this audio is coming through clean. You can't hear? All right, hold on 1 second, y'all. Sorry about that. Let me see if I get this audio to come through. We may have to do it this way right here. Let's just do it this way just to make sure. I'm just going to go ahead and do it this way. All right, we're going to go ahead and do it this way. And, hold on. I forgot to add the sound to it. He says Kyrie debuting against the Clippers Wednesday is perfect. Yeah, I can't wait, man. I can't wait to see what it looks like. My biggest question is, are they going to have enough time to figure out the balance? I'm a firm believer in like when you bring in two players of that magnitude. I'm a firm believer in how quickly can you get it to work. Is Jason Kidd? We know that Jason Kidd is somewhat of an offensive mastermind. I don't know. Can he get it to work? Is he going to be able to immediately find a role that Kyrie can fill without the offense looking like some type of your turn, my turn type of offense?
Review it, and I will have to be making changes tonight, and we'll have a fresh batch out tomorrow, which is Monday here. I was actually going to tape a Irving trade primer that I was gonna put out as far as a video on Monday to kind of give you the lay of the land as far as where things stood. Now we are doing a Kyrie Irving trade to Dallas for Kyrie Irving and Markieff Morris to Dallas for Spencer Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith. The Nets get a 2029 unprotected first, a 2027 second, 2029 second. They create a trade exception, 2 trade exceptions of $5 million and $1.8 million. They also create about $28 million in tax savings. Their luxury tax bill is now around $80 million. The Mavericks take back Kyrie Irving, who is going to be a free agent this offseason. We'll go into all the specifics. Markieff Morris. Brooklyn had to send out a player because they had 15 players under contract. I think let's just start with the Irving since Friday, because everybody was linked to.
Yeah, I think that's another thing that made this deal harder with the Lakers. If the Lakers were going to be sending out 3 players, if they were going to be sending out Max Christie, Austin Reeves, and Russ, just like Bobby Marks just said, that adds to the amount of players that they need to be sending back because there is a roster limit. So you got to think to yourself, if the Nets do take on Max Christie and Austin Reeves and Russ, that means they would have essentially had to send back 3 players. 3 players. So who were those other 2 players going to be? How do you make the money work? Right? I mean, there's a ton going on there, right? And I think those are the things that complicated the deal. Did the Nets waive a player? What did they do to keep the roster balanced and to keep and without going over that roster threshold? So again, there's a ton of things here that just made this Laker deal way, way more complicated than what people are thinking.
He was linked to the Lakers. When you kind of take a deep breath and you look at the lay of the land, kind of where the Nets were. The 2 first-round picks that the Lakers had to offer, Russell Westbrook, whatever young players, did nothing for the Nets. That did not. Draft picks do not do anything for Brooklyn based on with Kevin Durant still on this roster. Now, you can make the argument, do draft picks with a third team, does that help get another player or 2 players that can help? Potentially, but that is complicated here. So I never bought into, and I know we talked about it at length on Friday just because the Lakers were the hot topic. But when you kind of take a deep breath and you look at it, I thought when you look at the 4 teams that mentioned, the Lakers were probably 4th on the list just based on what they had to offer in a deal. I thought the Clippers had a compelling argument based on some of their younger players, Terrence Mann, Luke Kennard. We don't know if Mann was actually involved in the conversation. Certainly Phoenix was interesting just based on all those expiring contracts and draft picks here. And then here was Dallas. I mentioned it in the trade guide. I would not have done Tim Hardaway Jr. I wouldn't have done Reggie Bullock. Maybe I would have thought about it. Christian Wood. I think certainly Spencer Dinwiddie, who's under contract for another season. Dorian Finney-Smith, a first. When you look at Dallas couldn't trade a first until 2 years after the Knicks pick is conveyed. So now you're starting, they could have done 27, but they like to do 29. And then the two seconds. As for Irving, okay, he's got a $2 million trade bonus. We've talked about it at length. The Nets are responsible for the trade bonus. They will pay Kyrie Irving $2 million unless he amends his contract, and that comes with a big stipulation. That money is applied to his cap hit for the Mavericks. So as you can see, we have behind the breakdown. So the Mavericks cap hit on Irving is $38.9 million. It goes up from that $36.9 million from his base number. He also has some bonuses in his deal. Markieff Morris was added in the deal because it had to be basically Brooklyn had to send out a player. For the future of Kyrie Irving, okay, he is eligible. If he does not amend his trade bonus, which I would think he is not, to sign a 2-year, $83 million extension with the Dallas Mavericks. That is the maximum that he can sign with the Mavericks. They incur as bird rights. So if Kyrie Irving thinks he can get more than 2 years, he'll be eligible to sign a 5-year max with the Mavericks. I don't see that happening. He could also sign anywhere from 1 to 4, 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, and 4 years here. Is there a risk involved? Of course, there's any time a risk involved when you trade 2 players that are under contract for a player on an expiring. However, in this case,
So look, I think Bobby Marks is hitting on a whole bunch of points here as far as the technicalities of contracts and how complicated these things can get. So he basically said the max that Dallas could have gave him as far as an extension is the 2 years, 83, similar to the 2 years, 78 that the Lakers were willing to pay. But we all know that Kyrie's already turned down extensions. Kyrie's only in the business right now of accepting a 4 to 5 year max type of deal. And I understand why. Obviously, he's now trying to maximize his value, maximize his dollar with the way players can get injured. I understand what Kyrie Irving is doing right there. And then unlike others, I actually understand why Kyrie Irving made the trade demand. I mean, has he been the most reliable player over the last couple of years? No. Has he been on the best behavior? No. Has he caused a ton of problems? Yes. At the end of the day, he's still a star, and he's still a star in this league, and he wants to be paid and treated as such. He wanted an agreement from the Nets for a max extension this summer that they weren't willing to give. The extension that they offered was only a 2-year extension full of a whole bunch of terms he wasn't willing to agree to. It only makes sense for him to play his wild card, which is to demand a trade and go somewhere else. If y'all don't want his services, he just played hardball and ultimately won. He played hardball during a time where the Nets needed him. He played hardball at a time where the Nets had to make a move. We know the Nets were not going to send him home and sit him for the rest of the year. You do that, that's a 100% guaranteed way to lose Kevin Durant this summer. He timed it perfectly. Him and his agent strategized this out. They obviously knew that there were only a handful of teams that could pull off a trade for him. And they played their cards perfectly. And I believe a lot of people think that Kyrie only wanted to go to the Lakers. I think Kyrie Irving had a handful of teams he wanted to go to. I think Dallas was one of them. I think this is a perfect situation for him. How it looks on the court, that depends on Jason Kidd. But again, you give Dallas what they wanted. You would have gave the Lakers what they wanted. He would have went somewhere where they actually needed him and would have needed to utilize him. So, and now Bobby Marks right now is getting into the logistics of the ins and outs of why this trade did work with Dallas and possibly didn't work. And I think he's going to get to the LA points later. I'm going to go ahead and get back to it.
Case here with Luka and Jason Kidd. Got to make Jason Kidd, who's a big part of it, and there's a relationship already with Kyrie. The risk is that Irving leaves for nothing, and you just traded away a first, 2 seconds, and 2 players under contract. However, as our Tim McMahon tweeted out, how the Mavericks cap situation, looks for next year. If Irving leaves for nothing, this Dallas team will be close to having max money, something they did not have before this trade. So you can go out and go free agent shopping for that next star. Maybe it's James Harden next to Luka, or Chris Middleton, or Fred VanVleet, or another, another one of these A-list players. So that's you're either going to bring back Irving on a contract on your terms, or you are going to be able to create that max type money. You basically, if you moved off that contract of Reggie Bullock and maybe a JaVale McGee here, you're going to be sitting at max money here. So that's it from the Mavericks perspective here. Does it help their roster now? Yes. Like, let's face it, as much as, everything that off the court regarding Kyrie Irving, he is playing like an all NBA player right now. He is an all-star. He's having one of the best seasons of his year. He has been, there's been no injuries, certainly the suspension here, and him and Luka will form a dynamic backcourt for the next 4 or 5 months here. We'll wait and see as far as what happens after that. Markieff Morris, as I mentioned, is on a 1-year expiring contract at the league minimum. The Mavericks, because they're taking back more salary, their luxury tax bill goes up to $61 million. I tweeted out, but regarding Irving, there was so much speculation that, well, if Kyrie Irving doesn't get traded, he's just going to hold out in Brooklyn. I mean, there was things written about it. There was people talked about it. If Irving held out with Brooklyn, or let's say in Dallas, he doesn't want to report to Dallas. It's called withholding services. So if he withholds for more than 30 years and he's in the last year of his contract, he forfeits the right to become a free agent, right? So if he withheld, or held out, he would not become a free agent unless the Nets gave permission to do so. So that's a deal breaker. And the Players Association would certainly have jumped in here, and that would have been you don't do that, right? So
y'all see how Bobby Marks is hitting people with facts, killing all the fake narratives of what Kyrie will or what Kyrie won't do. He's coming through with a ton of facts, y'all. That's why I like listening. That's why I said we've heard what Shams had to say, Sam Amick had to say. And both of those guys both brought highly educated takes or presumptions on what went wrong with the deal. And they both gave us an inside glimpse, an inside look into why the deal with the Lakers didn't happen. And I'm assuming a lot of the deal breakers, similar to the Lakers, the problems that the Lakers faced in this trade, those were the similar issues that the Phoenix Suns faced. Those were similar issues that the Clippers faced when trying to make this trade. And Bobby Marks is doing a great job of just breaking the facts down from a contractual standpoint, a CBA standpoint. Like, I'm sure, y'all, if there was no CBA and you could just trade players willy-nilly, I'm sure Kyrie Irving would then be a Laker. But there are rules to these things. There are contractual things that you got luxury tax considerations. You got roster limits that need to be taken in consideration. All these things have to get taken in consideration, correct? And when you take all into consideration, with so many negative check marks on the Lakers side, like every time, I mean, the Lakers had to check off so many boxes to make this deal work. And then similarly, the Brooklyn Nets would have had to check off a ton of boxes. I think ultimately it came down to what deal not only gives us the best chance to win now, but it's just the easiest deal to do. Doing a deal with the Lakers would have been far more complex, and you would not have brought as much talent back. I mean, as much as I love Russell Westbrook and you can love Austin Reeves and Max Christie, that deal would have been horrible if you're just talking about X's and O's on the basketball court. That would have been a garbage deal. It would have been like, guys, this is why, especially the Laker fans, there's a reason why you guys would like, there's a reason why you guys would have loved to see Reeves, Christie, and Russ go in a trade. Because they ain't that good. I mean, Christie has some promise, but even at Christie's best, I mean, who is Christie at his best? Maybe a good sixth man in the league? Maybe. Austin Reeves at his best, maybe a good sixth man as well. You're not even talking about players that I'm looking at that are at their best aren't even considered starters in the league. That's at their best. And then you got Russ. I talked to y'all about Russell Westbrook, y'all. Lakers spent the last 2 years telling the world how trash Russell Westbrook it was. And when it came time to trade him for a legitimate player, you want gold. Like I said in my past video, that you want gold in return for garbage. Y'all done painted this as garbage for the last 2 years. Now when it comes time to trade, now y'all trying to throw it into the sink, throw some Dawn dish soap on it, clean it up, and then toss it to me real quick like it just wasn't a piece of garbage. Salute to One Cool P in here. One Cool P, I saw you in here earlier as well. Appreciate you being here. So again, so many factors in this trade, so many things that just went wrong for the Lakers, including the Laker fan base. I mean, at the end of the day, you can blame a little bit on Laker organization. You can blame a little bit on, there's a ton of blame to be spread around. Hey, Laker fans, if we divide blame up into segments, I think the Laker fans deserve about 15% of the blame for painting Russell Westbrook as a piece of garbage over the last year and a half. And when it comes, remember, I've been telling y'all this. I've been saying this. I said, y'all want to trade Russell Westbrook after trying to paint him as a piece of garbage all this time? Yeah, you've done nothing. You said even when the man plays great, you still call him garbage. Y'all dress Russell Westbrook. You put him in a garbage bag, and not just put him in the garbage bag. Y'all tied. The two drawstrings. Y'all took the drawstrings, tied it, and it double knotted it and closed it shut. You can't now open that garbage. Has anybody double knotted garbage string bags and then tried to untie it? It's damn near impossible. Laker fans did double knotted the garbage bags, and then trying to hurry up and untie it and trying to send it over to Brooklyn yeah. I told you, y'all days of finessing are over, man. The days of Lakers finessing everybody into taking their garbage is over. Y'all almost tricked the NBA. Luckily, David Stern had control of the team. Into getting Chris Paul, you was gonna send a ton of garbage over there. Y'all tricked the NBA in the Kwame Brown deal, and y'all sent Kwame Brown over there and a whole bunch of utility pieces, and you got Paul Gasol. Your days of finessing are over. Remember, back in the 80s, y'all finessed the life out of the Cleveland Cavs, taking all their first-round draft picks for complete garbage. Right? Let's not act like we don't remember that. That's how you got the James Worthies and them. Y'all was finessing. And then the NBA had to change the rule with regards to trading draft picks because y'all sitting here just finessing the Cavs. The owner over there didn't know what the hell he was doing. Just taking it. Yeah, we'll take those picks. Just come on, give us the picks. Come on, give us the picks. We got Ray-Sean Alexander on our bench for that first round pick. That's what they was doing. We got Michael McMully on our bench for that first round pick. We got Gladys Caldens on the bench. They just had a whole bunch of scrubs, just sending scrubs over to the Cavs for first round picks. And y'all done finesse almost every decade. You could probably look to almost every decade of NBA basketball. And the Lakers in almost every decade of NBA basketball have one of the biggest finesse jobs in NBA history. As far as trades go. That's a fact. See, but now them days is over with. Look. And we got Ralph. He says, you sound dumb. Laker fans ain't finessed to get. Yes, they did, bro. Yes, they did, bro. Here's the thing. The reason why Marc Gasol was traded in that, like Marc Gasol ended up panning out to be a good player. But Marc Gasol at the time wasn't even in the NBA. One, nobody knew what that would pan out to be. And the primary pieces in that trade ultimately started with Kwame Brown because he was your starting front court forward. So when you look at the players that were starting, Kwame was the starter, traded with residual pieces for the Memphis starter, Paul Gasol. Paul Gasol walks in. What does Kobe say? Oh, I'm glad I got a guy that can now make a layup. Finesse. Thank you, man. Thank you, Hoop Jargon. Finesse Memphis. Man, come on. Y'all act like we dumb now. I mean, come on, man. That was a finesse job. And look, it's just the Lakers' turn. Like I tell people, it's y'all turn to feel the pain that other teams have been feeling for years. The Lakers are just losers right now. You know, you've been winners for a long time. You finessed for a long time. This is just the natural ebbs and flow of sports. You can't always be at the top. Remember, Boston was at the top for a long time, right? Then the 90s hit, injuries hit, luck ran out, couldn't draft players when they were still in college. Now you got to deal with a stretch in the 90s where you complete garbage. But then they get it right back. So again, it's ebbs and flows to this, right? The Spurs had a stretch of dominance in the 2000s. Players retire. Kawhi Leonard runs from the grind, as you guys like to say. Now they dealing with their stretch. But nobody believes the Spurs are going to always be this bad. You know, good organizations, generally the cream always rises to I believe the Spurs will get back to some level of competitive basketball. Right now, it's just the Lakers' turn to be trash. Enjoy, like Lakers fans, y'all need to enjoy being trash right now because y'all haven't really been trash very often. Just enjoy just being trash. Enjoy not knowing if you're going to be able to beat the Houston Rockets one day. Enjoy being up for 3.5 quarters and giving the game away late. Enjoy seeing, LeBron James chase this scoring title, all the while taking bad shots, compromising the game and things like that. Enjoy seeing inconsistent defensive effort. Enjoy Anthony Davis not knowing if anytime he's going to land, his whole kneecap might fall off. Y'all just need to enjoy being trash. Y'all haven't been trash long enough to appreciate the grind of what it takes to be a winner. Y'all just always been winning. Thank you, Hoop Jargon, man. Look, y'all just going through this. Vinci, look, but is it the truth though? Most teams in the NBA have to sulk and be in trash for a long time, especially small market teams. Do y'all know how long the Milwaukee Bucks were trash before they got Giannis? Do y'all know how trash the Dallas Mavericks were before they got Luka? I mean, come on, y'all like it's ebbs and flows to this, y'all. And just enjoy being hot garbage, y'all. Salute to One Cool Piece. She said, "Smash the like, man." Yes, sir. Smash the like, man. If you're willing to contribute to the platform as well, definitely hit the Cash App to support the channel, man. Anything you do, whether you like the video, if you want to support by hitting the Cash App, is all much appreciated, man. Definitely appreciate you guys. Let's go to the Cash App right now. We got DJ. We got Lakers in 5. Lakers in 5. Salute to Lakers in 5, man. First one of the day in the Cash App. Appreciate you for hitting the Cash App, showing a lot of support to the channel. But we got to talk about it, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let's get back to this video because, man, Bobby Marks was spitting a ton of facts, y'all. He was spitting a ton of facts about this trade and why it actually fell through. These are the facts. We're not pushing the narratives. And I understand people are all in. A ton of people are going to have their own assertions as why this trade didn't work. At the end of the day, these are the facts. This is why the Lakers couldn't pull it off. It's just damn near impossible. Damn near impossible. The part of Kyrie Irving's plan, if Kyrie Irving's plan was to get to the Lakers, the part of the plan that backfired on was the part that you demanded to trade so close to the deadline. The Nets didn't have enough time to work out the logistics of a deal that would facilitate something to the Lakers. To add the third or maybe fourth team in to make it work. It just wasn't enough time. And that's where it might have backfired on it. Let's get to this video, though.
He wasn't going to hold out in Brooklyn unless he just wants to sit at home for the next 4 years. He's not going to hold out in Dallas unless he wants to sit out and, sit at home for the next 4 years here. So we can end the speculation that Kyrie Irving is going to hold out. As far as from Brooklyn's perspective, it was paramount to get players back that were under contract. You get a draft, you get the draft picks, 3 assets here. You create a two trade exceptions, $5 million and $1.8 million. You create the luxury tax savings, right? You get Spencer Dinwiddie, who's having a borderline all-star type season and is under contract for another season, is not a free agent. He's extension eligible this upcoming offseason. You get a guy in Dorian Finney-Smith who's basically on a mid-level type exception, is 3-and-D, can make open shots, can defend here. You get 2 players that are under contract, and you can now maybe quiet down the Kevin Durant trade speculation that, Durant's not going to be happy if Kyrie Irving gets traded. If I'm Kevin Durant, and I say we didn't, it's not like we got Russell Westbrook back. We got 2 players that can help us now and that are under contract for next season. It's not cap flexibility, okay? It's 2 players. You get a starting point guard, and you basically get a starting 3 or 4 or another guy that can come off your bench. It is a win-win for the Nets. They check off all the boxes. And I like it for Dallas too. Sometimes you got to take a little bit of a risk. And I think Kyrie Irving is he's worth the risk, but we'll wait and see as far as what the contract is going to be here. So that's my take on Dallas and Brooklyn. I've got a flight to catch because I am going to ESPN. I thought we were going to be doing Kyrie Irving up until Thursday for trade deadline week. I've got to pack. I haven't even done that yet. And that is the skinny on the Kyrie Irving, Spencer Dinwiddie trade, Dorian Finney-Smith for the Mavericks perspective. I like it, but of course there's risk as far as if you can re-sign him. If not, you have max money. From the Nets, 2 players that can help you now, try to keep you in that top 4, top 5 of the Eastern Conference. 2 players that are under contract for next year. Remember, the Nets were going to be over the salary cap if Irving walked. So you got him for, you got players that can help you right now. So that's my spiel on that. Hopefully everyone is having a good day, and we will talk soon.
Thanks for watching ESPN on YouTube.
Hey, look. Hey, George Henderson, we listening to Bobby Marks, right? Because we're trying to get the most informed information about this trade as possible. What going forward, so we don't always run and blame the GMs or other players as to why things didn't work. Now we have some level of understanding about this trade. The one thing Bobby Marks helped us appreciate is the complexity of this deal. The complexity of what a deal to the Lakers would have been. That's the one thing, right? Sam Amick helped us understand that Kyrie Irving is not in the business right now of signing a 2-year extension. As it's already been reported, that Kyrie's not going to sign an extension with the Mavericks, but I'm almost positive that they've had some type of conversation. I'm almost positive they've had some type of conversation about what they want to do when the offseason hits. Right? We saw Jason Williams on ESPN. He's already saying that Kyrie Irving is going to go into free agency this summer and go sign with the Lakers. But does he do that if somehow the Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic combination gets to the NBA Finals? See, y'all got to understand, winning makes people do some crazy things. Wanting to win made KD go sign with the Golden State Warriors. Wanting to win sent LeBron James to Miami, and he asked his other 2 homies to join him. Wanting to win creates a whole bunch of things, especially if you see that it works. If there's any level of success down here, if it looks good, if they have a ton of success, especially if they get to the finals, I do not believe Kyrie Irving leaves. He says Kyrie wants max money. I think Kyrie Irving's seeking max money as well. I believe he's seeking max money as well. He's already lost his Nike deal. I mean, he now has to start thinking about life after basketball, right? Kyrie Irving, he's starting to turn. He's on the backside of his career. And he's on the backside of his career as a small guard. How many years does he have of prime basketball? How many years can he convince a team I'm worth max money for this X amount of years? Eastside says financially, he says, we still the best option. If we want to make an offer, we can offer the most money and no state income tax. And that's another consideration as well. People don't understand that about Texas as well. There's no state income. Kyrie's going from taxes and state taxes in New York to no state taxes in Texas. And then the cost of living in Texas is I'm talking about you can get mansions upon mansions for a quarter of what it costs to get a condo, some of these luxury condos in New York. Do you know what type of home Kyrie could buy with $1 million in Texas? it would look like a massive, massive estate. With $1 million in New York, you might get one floor on a high rise. Kyrie has shown us the type of personality that he has. Lay back, chill. He wants to get away from the fast life, all that craziness, right? He's shown us what type of person he is. He's going to love it in Texas. He's going to love it there, y'all. I mean, Laker fans is about to take another blow in the summer. Once he experiences life in Texas, he's not leaving. Mark Cuban is about to extend every luxury possible to Kyrie Irving to keep him there. Mark Cuban already treats his team the best out of all NBA teams. Salute to Mr. Winters in there. He already treats his team the best. They get luxury everything. You think he's going to let Kyrie walk out of there? Yeah, like, I don't think y'all understand Mark Cuban. Well, see, Mark Cuban can roll the dice because I think Mark Cuban knows, oh, I can wine and dine. I can offer him the best of everything. And he's going to have a ton of privacy. Life is going to be better. He's going to spend a ton of money. Oh, my God. Man, bro, he's not leaving Dallas. I believe he signs a max extension with the Dallas Mavericks. Hold on, what did SFM say? I see SFM in here. Salute to Crooktown P. I love seeing the names back in here. Philip Moore, salute. Salute to SFM, Cuba Starks, Cam, the Hooper. Appreciate you guys being in here. We got a guy by the name of Subscribe to Benji. Subscribe to Benji Shorts. Salute Benji Shorts. I mean, your shorts better be nice if you just telling people to subscribe. But salute to Benji Shorts, Mr. Winters, Shark Bite, Michael Rattery, Jared Thomas, man. Salute to y'all being in here, man. Interdimensional artistry. Salute, man. Appreciate y'all being here today. We just got it. Right now, we just talking about the logistics and the facts of what's going on with this move. What's what? All right. We're gonna get to a little bit more of some of the things that Shams said. And you know, we're gonna let me pull up that article again. Because Shams was dropping a ton of jewels. So the one thing that Shams already detailed was this. The Lakers were willing to part ways with everything. The reports that saying that the Lakers didn't want to give up Christie and Austin Reeves, that's false. He clarified that. They were willing to give up all of that. Now, the one thing where Shams differed with everybody else is he says he didn't believe that the Lakers wanted to agree to additional pick swaps. They would have part ways with Reeves, Christie, Russell Westbrook, the 2027 pick first round and the 2029 first round pick. They would have let all that go. They would have took on Markieff Morris, which I think would have been a great move. I think low key the Lakers were looking at Morris as an addition. You bring in another four, add length and size, which is what they need. A guy that's looked at as a 3-and-D type of player. I don't know who that third player off the bench they would have brought with them, but they were literally willing to give everything that Brooklyn asked for other than the pick swaps. So if you want to call them a bad organization for not agreeing to additional pick swaps, I can understand that. If it were me, I would have been like, you can pick swap whatever picks you want. Whatever you want, go ahead and pick swap away. We don't draft well anyway. Go ahead and have fun with these. You try to draft well with our picks. That's what I would have said. For me, I'm always going to go with the for sure thing. Kyrie Irving would have been the for sure thing. Now, I understand that they have to look at their organization as far as what they're going to look like 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, and you don't want to completely compromise that. LeBron James isn't going to play forever, so you have to put all of that into play. He said Joe Tsai's anti-Muslim. I don't want to put that out there about him. Let's not do that. He says Joe Tsai funds Muslim genocide in other countries. Well, then you got to start a channel and call them out, Land of Heartless. You know, it's sports over here. I mean, if he's doing all that, you got to start a channel and call him out. If y'all really believe he does these things, somebody got to be the first to start calling these people out. But don't come over to FYF Sports trying to tell me to do it. And I have you got it. You ain't gave me a shred of evidence. It is what it is. But here, let me get to some of this stuff though, because I think some of the things he was saying was very interesting. So Shams also talked about what the Phoenix Suns offer. I think the Phoenix Suns had the absolute worst offer out of everybody. And I don't know if the Phoenix Suns were just very serious contenders. I think the Phoenix Suns offer just let me know that, you know, if they could have got him, they would have, but they didn't even put Chris Paul in the offer. No, they actually did put Chris Paul in the offer. I'm sorry. They offered Chris Paul, Jay Crowder, and 1 first-round pick, which, if you think about it, y'all, I don't know. I think that might be a better deal than Spencer Dinwiddie. I mean, unless you really believe that Chris Paul's his game has absolutely declined that much, I don't know, man. Chris Paul, a legitimate point guard, Jay Crowder, a great playoff wing. You still got Ben Simmons, whatever you think of his game, you still got him there, giving whatever he can give. I don't know, man. First round pick. And probably, you know, if Brooklyn negotiates that a little harder, maybe they could have got a few pick swaps or something extra thrown in there. Maybe they could have got some second rounders thrown in there. But if you tell me you got Chris Paul, Jay Crowder, and a first round pick, you put that with KD, I don't know. I think that might be a better offer. Hold on, Hitman. But I'm just looking at the basketball side of it this year. I'm saying if you're just getting Chris Paul for 1 year, and I know I don't know how many years left that Chris Paul has on his contract. I know Chris Paul's contract. Nobody wants those years. Let me pull up Chris Paul's contract. Because I think, if anything, the Brooklyn Nets didn't want to be tied to that Chris Paul money for years and years on end. Let me see. So we got Chris Paul. Chris Paul's making $28 million. Salute to T Sweezy Z-Dub. He says we taking live guests. Yeah, I can drop the link to let y'all up. Yeah, I'm definitely dropping the link. Salute to LVZ, the one LVZ. He was cooking on this as well. LVZ doesn't believe that this is going to work. Now, you know, I saw you crack a joke about it, LVZ, but like I said, I think this is a trade. This is more of an off-season trade than a mid-season trade. I believe if you give Jason Kidd, Luka Doncic, and Kyrie Irving an entire summer to figure out how they're going to run that offense, I think it works. But just to throw them together at the midseason and just say make it work, I don't know if it works then. I think this is, but at the end of the day, I think Mark Cuban made this trade understanding that I'm going to convince Kyrie to stay here. I'm not worried about that. I don't think Mark Cuban's going to let Kyrie walk out the door without signing a max extension. Do I have IG? Yes, FYF Sports Debates. All you guys, very easy to find. Now, there's a fake channel running around with like 5 followers. The real FYF Sports Debates on IG, we have about 7,500 followers. This is very easy to find us. So, we'll see. Hold on, let me drop the link, man. I'm going to get a few people in here for the last hour of the show. We're only going 2 hours today. But we will be, we will be starting another live stream today. This one ends. We're going to be going live again today, this evening. Oh, man. Hopefully. All right, my phone's blowing up here. Hold on, let me get this link in here. I know some of y'all want to come in here and cook. And I appreciate you guys pulling up to FYF Sports today. Hitman X. Hitman X says, learn basketball. Hitman X, you can always hit the link and teach me. You can always hit the link and teach me. Hey, make sure you guys also tune in to Player's Choice tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. 5 p.m. Eastern. They're going to have me on. We got some big announcements coming. I think it's going to be a good show. So make sure we tune in to Player's Choice tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. I will be over there. They've extended the invitation. They've reached out, man. I think we can do some big things with them. I think it's going to be pretty big. Like I said, some big time announcements coming. Hold on. Let me drop this link. Everybody wants the link, y'all. And look, on these shows, just so y'all know going forward into the future, I'm trying my best to keep this a sports show. And I'm trying my best to keep this clean. So, again, I got some new policies, y'all. If you cuss, you get kicked off. No ifs, ands, or buts. I don't care if you're a Hall of Famer, if you're on G. Cussing, you got to go. YouTube is being way too strict with their monetization policies. Any type of cussing, it doesn't matter the context. It doesn't matter if you're joking. It doesn't matter anything. Any type of cussing affects your CPM. You cuss, you got to go. All right? Because that just tells me right there you don't have any decorum or respect for the platform. That's one thing that's got to change. And secondly, we got to find ways to stay on topic. Right? The other day we had a specific stream. At the end of the stream, somehow the stream turned into rap conversations, which, again, I love those conversations. But we can open up separate streams for stuff like that. Let's stay on point. Let's talk about what we got going on. And secondly, over talking, if you have some type of Tourette's or you have these random outbursts like Herm has, because Herm has a very, very low self-control over his mouth and how he has these random outbursts while other people are talking, you got to go. If you're going to kill the audio quality of the show, you got to go. I take all of this and I put it on other platforms. When I just have people just spurting random stuff, it's hard for me to keep you on. We got I finally have social media. Hey, salute, man. The greatest thing about having you here is that you've already given me the view and some watch time. Salute, man. Appreciate it. And you subscribed, obviously, if you're here. All right, let me drop this link, man. Let's get y'all in here. Link is in the chat, man. Appreciate y'all being here. Hold on one second. All right, y'all. Link is in the chat. I got it in there. Yeah, get them likes. Spam the likes. Appreciate that, Tiffany. That spam the likes, man. Y'all get them likes up. And I see everybody's coming into the backstage. Hold on. Let me get this one link copy real quick. We got Sean. We got Ace 30. Appreciate you guys being here.
Yo, salute everybody. Salute.
Salute. What's good, everybody? Hey.
What's up, Mingo? What y'all got on this one? What y'all got on the trade? Y'all see how the trade unfolded? What y'all got on it, man?
Good with y'all. What's good with y'all?
Yeah, go ahead, Sean. Start us off.
I mean, obviously, the trade had to happen.
Mm-hmm.
The Nets were in a position where once he says he's not going to stay with you, you got to move him. And obviously, you got until the trade deadline to do it. So they were up against the gun anyway. As far as the best deal, they were never going to get $1 for $1. Everything was to get as much value for Kyrie Irving, given the timeline they were under, to try to make something happen. So I thought it was a good deal. I think Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith help keep Brooklyn competitive in the near term. And, obviously for Brooklyn, you want to make sure you keep Kevin Durant, as happy, as engaged, and showing him that, listen, we are trying to keep building a winner. And it may take, a move this summer for them to do something else. But from Dallas's perspective, they needed to give, Luka a legitimate second star. Whether or not Kyrie is that perfect fit remains to be seen. I think we're not going to see it this season. I think it's going to take an off season and going into training camp and next year for us to really see what they can be, because it's really hard to, integrate two guys like that in such a short period of time. But it's going to be interesting. And as far as Kyrie's long-term future, I think he stays in Dallas, just because, again, all the factors that you mentioned. But mainly, Kyrie wants another max contract. And there are worse places to play in the NBA and worse people to play for in the NBA than Mark Cuban. Like you said, he takes care of players. Everybody that's been there raves about that organization, starting with Mark Cuban and Jason Kidd and Rico from Nike, who have a relationship with Kyrie. I think it's going to be a big part of why he ends up staying there. So a lot of people are hoping he's going to, leave in the offseason. I don't think that's a given. I think it would have to be a complete dumpster fire for him to walk away from that. And I don't see that happening.
I agree. Hey, salute to BG. He said he's watching. He's at work. He's not in the chat, but salute to BG, man. Big time supporter of the channel, man, in the Cash App. He's definitely always supporting the channel. He's always in the comments, giving engagement and good conversation in the chat. So salute to BG coming through in the Cash App. Sturdy, what you got on this? And one nugget I want to add, y'all, is this. A lot of people are saying that the Nets didn't want to send Kyrie Irving to his preferred destination. It has been reported that although Kyrie Irving demanded a trade, he did not give any destinations. He did not give any list of preferred destinations, nor did the Nets ask. So all the assumptions about them not wanting to trade or deal with LA, I believe, again, that's false. He never said where to send me or where not to send me. He just said, I want to trade. And so they could have potentially traded him to the Orlando Magic if they saw fit. And just like Bobby Marks reported, he was not in a position to say, I'm not going to play. If he would have said, I'm not going to play, he would have forfeited his rights to be a free agent, which we know he wasn't going to do that. And so, like I said, there's a lot there as well. But Sturdy, what you got on it?
Yeah, I think Sean hit on the head. I just would reiterate to people that any team that was going to trade for Kyrie, you're not trading for a 30-game rental. You was going to trade him with a chance to extend his duration on your team. And obviously, from a financial standpoint, this is the best outcome for Kyrie to get this trade. Because if you were to test free agency market, the only teams that could able to afford him are the bottom feeder teams like Houston, Spurs, the Magic, teams that Kyrie does not. I'm pretty sure Kyrie does not want to be in those markets because they're not competitive. I personally believe that the Mavs have. I think offensively, there's nothing. I think offensively they're gonna work perfectly together. I think offensively, you're actually going to see the Mavs actually going to another level. The problem is they need to make more moves, and I think those moves are going to be more targeted, especially in the offseason. In particular, improving their rebounding, which they're dead last in, improving their defense, which they're second to last, if not last in. Those are the things that they need in order to, I'm assuming, be contenders in the West and at some point win a championship. But from the Nets standpoint, that move does give them flexibility and does give them more flexibility just in case KD does either wants to stay or leave. If KD wants to stay, then they actually have a lot of pieces to go after to trade for a guy like Bradley Beal if he agrees to do that. If he does stay, then they can have pieces to trade for guys like Zach LaVine and potentially do a sign and trade to acquire Draymond Green. They have more flexibility with those personnel they acquired from the Mavericks. In addition to that, they still got a few draft picks where they didn't have any. I think it's going to be fun going forward, in particular the offseason, what these teams do, these two respective teams do. And in particular, I'm curious to see if the Mavericks have what it takes to pick up a guy like Draymond Green in potential offseason. Because a guy like Draymond Green will be a fantastic addition to that new roster of Mavericks players.
I agree. Like I said, Draymond Green's been very honest. I mean, I think when you listen to him talk, he understands that the business of basketball is catching up with him. I think he understands that his time in Golden State is potentially done, not because it's not a great partnership. It's just because this is how the business of basketball. Young players are coming into that organization. They're going to have to find a way to move forward and maybe holding on to him, even though he could still add some relevance to that team. Maybe holding on to him under a bad deal isn't the best way to go. And I think Draymond is even starting to understand that as well. Unfortunate, but it's just a business. So he's going to have to look at other landing spots. Maybe he opts in this summer and does that last year, or maybe he opts out and goes with that long term. If a team's willing to offer him a 3 or 4 year deal, something to that nature. I think you have Dallas. I think you have Portland. Some of these teams that are at play. I know he's wanted to play with Dame, and then you also have to consider the Lakers. He's not been shy about talking about wanting to play with the Lakers. So it's a lot of stuff at play here. Let me go to let me go to hold on. I don't even see his name here. What up, homie? You just got a little dash by your name. But we're gonna go to you next, man. What's good, man?
It was good, man. What's good, Lamont, Sturdy, Sean, Jester. What's good with y'all, boys? I have a rant I want to get off about the Brooklyn Nets. I ain't gonna go too crazy. All I'm gonna say is this: the Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant experiment with the Nets. It is arguably one of the biggest disappointments in sports history. They did nothing together. They were together for 4 seasons. I don't care about injuries derailing a great team. That always happens. Or any of the off-the-court drama that was happening off-season, because clearly that can cost you too. It's cost great teams before in the past. It's no different now. But they had 4 seasons together. 3 of those years they actually played. They accomplished absolutely nothing. So I hope that this taught the league and everyone else a lesson. You can't just throw talented individuals together and think it's going to work on paper. Paper. Whether or not you think of their off-the-court activities and what they believe, that can also hamper a team injuries. It doesn't matter. We've seen it before, time and time again. If you're not all in on winning a championship, you normally don't win. And for me personally, as talented as they are, because I think Kyrie Irving should be a top 75 player. I got KD in my top 15. They traded Dinwiddie, who they recently just got back, but they had better pieces around them with LeVert and Jared Allen, who they could have built a cohesion unit, but they went for all these trades. Guys weren't on the same page. It didn't work out. So the fact that we are here with Ben Simmons now and Kevin Durant with getting back Dinwiddie, who you had 4 seasons ago, it's like, what are we doing? It's like, what did we only see? All we saw was a shit show. I'm sorry. I don't mean to curse, but all we saw was a disaster for 4 seasons. That's all we saw. At least with AD and LeBron, they won a championship out of it. At least Kawhi and PG, prior to the injury, they were injured as well, but they at least went to the Western Conference Finals. They didn't make no conference finals. They didn't even make the finals. They didn't win a championship. They didn't do anything. They just didn't do anything as a duo, as a trio with James Harden, or a trio with Ben Simmons. Nobody was on the same page, and nothing happened. As far as the Lakers go, it's the Lakers. They think that they're gonna get everybody, and we know they're not. And we know it. And we know those are just reports because LeBron James saw the opportunity to get him, and they didn't want to waste another year. It's tragic, but they just got to continue on the path they were before, and just try and build around the unit that they have now. Now, as far as the Dallas Mavericks, this is going to be interesting. If we think Luka is anything comparable to LeBron, at least offensively, then as a duo, I think they'll be just fine. Luka can carry, carry the offense, do what he does for about 3.5 quarters, and he can close. And then you got Kyrie, that's the ultimate closer. That's all they really needed. So if Luka doesn't have it for whatever reason, maybe he just gassed, he has someone who he can literally give the ball to. And if they got closed, they'll handle it from there. But I like the trade. I think they need some more defensive wings. I think Christian Wood, realistically, I think it's fine because he can stretch the floor. So you'll have him out. As far as their chemistry together, I mean, both are a little bit, I don't want to say selfish, but Luka clearly had an issue playing with Porzingis, who was supposed to be a star caliber player. And I know Kyrie's a bit quirky in terms of when he wants to come in, or you don't know like how available he might be. Because this is his fourth team in the last 5 or 7 years. So he's just been everywhere. And I'm hoping that they win a championship because I want Luka to win a championship. I really do.
I got you. I mean, like I said, it's going to come down to, again, you lose a ton of defense in this trade. Mm-hmm. You lose a ton. You bring in a great offensive talent. The one thing that we know is that great offense doesn't always win you championships. As good as it might look, as fun as it might be, it don't always equate to championships. So it's going to be I expect to see Dallas make some more moves before the deadline. They got worse defensively. Can they address that?
They got Morris too, though. So
yeah, but I don't know. He hasn't been playing all year, and at the end of the day, he can't do what Dorian Finney-Smith did or Spencer did what he did defensively. So you lose that. I mean, you lost defense from two fronts, from the perimeter and from the interior. So you lose it. How do you fix it? Like I said, it looks good on paper offensively. I don't know how far it can carry him in the playoffs. Let me go to La Chupacabra. Appreciate you pulling up, man. What you got on this La Chupacabra, man? Yeah, you got to unmute yourself. There you go.
Myself.
What's good, man?
I just think this whole scenario just shows why the Brooklyn Nets are probably never going to do anything meaningful in their existence. I mean, unless they move back to New Jersey, I don't see them building anything like reasonable because they're too caught up in like optics and everything. Like I understand KD was down the first year. I don't want to get into the excuse mongering because I feel like the Brooklyn Nets is nothing but excuses. But I feel like Kyrie Irving, I'm glad that he gets to move on because this is kind of his retribution for the situation that they put him in earlier, where they was basically almost trying to kick him out the league. If he didn't have the clout and the stature that he did, he would have been gone. Like what's that guy's name? Mahmoud Abdul Rauf from the 80s or whatever, or 90s. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of dynamics with this thing. How he's going to fit with Luka, how he's going to fit with Mark Cuban. I think Dallas is a good spot for him, like how that guy was talking about earlier. I don't know. I just like with Luka. This is like he was saying. This is a good test to see how good Luka is because LeBron at his prime, LeBron was able to get over the hill with Kyrie, and Kyrie's basically arguably a better player than how he was back then. And the team is the way they're set up with the stretch big. It's kind of similar. So it's basically this is a test in more ways than one for everybody. But I don't know. I don't want to say I feel bad, but Kevin Durant has kind of been. This situation is kind of shitty for him, or really bad for him. I'm sorry for cursing. It's just, I don't know. It's all the way around. I don't really have a lot of. I don't want to pinpoint one exact thing because there's a lot of things to talk about. But I just want to say what's up to everybody. What's up, Mingle Jessler? I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, no, big facts right there. And we got hold on. We got a Astro Clipper talk. He just pulled up. Astro, man, what are your thoughts on this trade, man?
First salute everybody. My thoughts on the trade. I think the Nets actually won the trade. I like Finney-Smith over there. They got another defender over there because at this point you don't know what you're going to get from Ben Simmons at this point. But You got him. You got Spencer Dinwiddie back, so you got a guy that can score and be a playmaker for others, like how he was doing on Dallas when Luka was not on the court. So I thought that was two good, solid pickups for them there. Dallas, I'm just gonna have to wait and see. I don't know how that offense is gonna look with Luka and Kyrie on the court. Is it gonna really be a my turn, your turn thing, or Jason Kidd gonna have a system for those two to be able to flourish in? And I just think they're too small. Even Christian Wood at center, I think they're just too small. Like, if you play against the teams with centers, I think they're just going to get abused and out-rebounded. Because Finney Smith was a good rebounder for them as a forward. So I don't know how they're going to make up for that. But, they got time left before the trade deadline. So maybe they're going to make some more moves to fill those spots out. But I think Brooklyn won the trade, and I think you broke down the trade pretty good about on the Lakers and why it wasn't going to work, and why the Laker fans need to calm down, blaming Rob Pelinka, Jeannie Buss for not this trade coming through, and it's just I don't know. It's just, like you said, it's just like Lakers have been finessing people for a long time, so now it's their turn just to feel like how it is to be one of the bottom feeder teams for a minute to see how that goes. But I just think Brooklyn won the trade. Kevin Durant said he likes Finney Smith, so I don't know if that means he was just being positive or fake positive about it. And the Lakers side, I'm just glad this Bob Marks broke this down, because a lot of people was making weird takes saying they did this to spite LeBron James, and they don't believe in LeBron, so that's why they didn't want to pull this trigger. So I'm glad this Bob Marks video and you broke it down, so now they can stop making those fake narratives about these guys being incompetent and just don't want to do this because of LeBron. But that's my take.
Mm-hmm. Somebody in the chat said, "Did we talk about LeBron James' tweet?" And LeBron James did make a tweet. And we could talk about it. His tweet was just 3 words. He says, "Maybe it's me."
Who cares?
And I know we're still gonna talk about it. And the issue is, this is where I think where people take his tweets and they think his tweets are targeted towards the Laker organization. I don't know. I don't even know what this is for. Obviously, you can decipher whatever it is. I'm not going to read too much into it. At the end of the day, this trade ultimately did not happen because Russ is not as valuable of an asset as Laker fans were pretending. If he was, then they would have done the trade straight up. Unfortunately, over the last year and a half, none of the Laker fan base have galvanized and got behind Russell Westbrook. They haven't talked about him in high regard. They haven't said that he could be promising. Everybody's saying that his career is over. They don't know if he could be a starter, calling for him. But now when it comes time to trade him, like I said, you've devalued him to such a degree. So it's not about LeBron. They said maybe it's me. But I think when LeBron says maybe it's me, at the end of the day, you have to take it back to LeBron. I mean, according to Magic Johnson said he had the deal done with DeMar DeRozan. And that deal was nixed because LeBron James felt they could get Russell Westbrook over in the trade. And Jeannie Pelinka pulled the strings to get Russell Westbrook over there. You've given him you gave LeBron what he asked for. And now that it's not working, you put yourself in a situation where it's hard to get off them. It's hard to get off Russ right now. It's not easy.
But Lamont, didn't the Lakers not want to give DeRozan a 3-year deal? Because LeBron was advocating for
that deal was done, bro. He was gonna be a Laker.
Well, I don't know what that means. The particulars of it are according to what Magic Johnson said. Magic Johnson basically said the deal with DeMar DeRozan was a done deal. DeMar DeRozan even said, "I thought I was going to be a Laker." That's not me. That's what DeMar said. DeMar said, "I thought I was going to be a Laker."
No. So they were supposed to give him a 3-year deal. That's what they originally agreed to.
But if it was about a 2-year or 3-year deal, then that means DeMar DeRozan controlled his fate. DeMar DeRozan clearly told us he thought he was going to be a Laker. That tells me right there it had nothing to do with a 2 or 3 year contract, because that means DeMar DeRozan controlled his fate at that point in time. DeMar said, "I thought I was gonna be a Laker." That means Magic was right. He had the deal done. That lends more credibility to LeBron and AD approaching the front office saying, "We think we have a better player in play." At the time, they thought Russ could have been the better piece, and it just didn't pan out to work that way.
No, I'm telling you, he wanted DeRozan over Westbrook, and I'm not even a LeBron fan on this, but like it said that he originally wanted DeRozan, and they just happened to trade for a better player in Westbrook, and that's why DeRozan was confused on, hey, I thought they wanted me, but now they got Westbrook, so I'm like, shit, well, fuck it, I guess I got make my other option in Chicago.
Hey, I'm just going. I mean, if I go with the reports, I mean, I'm just taking what.
No, but it would
DeMar,
make sense.
I got to take what DeMar said out of his mouth. I mean, DeMar was in a position where he could have said, "They didn't give me that third year that I wanted." He never said that, and so I mean, at the end of the day, they're stuck with Russ. Russ is making a ton of money. He's that expiring contract is not as valuable as what some people believe. Having a ton of cap space isn't always that valuable, because you have to always think, even if you trade for an expiring contract, what free agents are out there that you think you can get? And This is going to be a weak free agency summer. It's not very strong. So, I just, it just is what it is. Salute SB, man. What you got on this, man? Kyrie is a Dallas Maverick. The Bulls, I felt like the Bulls would have been a undercover sleeper team in this trade. And it doesn't seem like the Bulls even put Zach LaVine into consideration, which I thought that would have been the most ideal trade of LaVine, Kyrie swap and other players, but it didn't happen. It don't even seem like the Bulls was engaged. What's going on with that?
Well, first from the Bulls' perspective point, I think they just didn't want to spend no more money because Kyrie Irving needed to get extended. So I think that's the only thing that kind of stopped that one. Because it was like, and then Kyrie Irving, you're not gonna give up like pieces like that unless you're gonna really get something that's really worth in return. So like with the reason why I thought the Lakers move was gonna probably go through, because everybody know by the time 2027, 2029 come, the Lakers gonna be terrible. No picks gonna be way valuable. With the Nets, I don't know. But for the Kyrie to the Mavericks trade, I think it's a great trade for the Mavericks. From the point perspective, I know a lot of people harping on the defense situation with Philly Smith, but their defense wasn't that good from the first place. They were like, I think, ranked 24th right now. So, and I think they're going to try to run that offense like they tried to do with Brunson. Who knows if it's going to work, but you got to think about this once again. It's Dallas. People ain't running up, marching down the band to come play for Dallas. So Mark Cuban did a good job actually taking advantage of the situation of the Western Conference too, where the Western Conference is wide open. At least in the East, you can say most likely Milwaukee or the Celtics coming out. In the West, I truly don't know. Curry got hurt again. Clippers look inconsistent. Nuggets look great, but who knows? And then what you got? Nobody think the Kings gonna make a deep round. So that's the type of move you got to make when in that situation. So I think it's a great move. And Lamont, I want to talk about the Durant thing. You know who I think should go after Kevin Durant, and I think got the pieces, and they still be competitive. I think the Pelicans should possibly try to trade for Kevin Durant. I don't know how the contract look. I'm just going out the pieces that I think you could probably give it like B.I., Devontae Graham. They got that Lakers pick swap, so they can give it that Lakers pick. And
you talking about trade for him this year?
This year, yeah, this year.
It's like but I don't know if Kevin Durant's even on the table.
That's what I was saying. I think who should go after him. I'll just make the call because they have the pieces where at least if they can find a way to get KD and keep CJ McCollum and Zion, I think, like I said, the West wide open, and the Pelicans don't look as good as they supposed to be, even though their injuries is the reason. But that's why I said, like, a team like that should make a run at KD. I doubt it though. But like I said, I think you should give up like B.I., Devontae Graham, and some picks, and I think I make the call. But I don't know. But I think, like I said, I think the Dallas. This was a great trade for Dallas though.
That's a tough pull. That's a tough trade to pull off in 3 days.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said I highly doubt it though. Yeah, I highly doubt it. But at least they had the pieces where they could give up something for KD and won't be gutted and still be competitive. Because every other team that I think that could make the call for KD, their roster gonna get gutted, and it ain't worth going to go get them.
Me personally, Lamar, I think the Mavericks should go all in to try to get OG if they can, and then and then worry about what bigs or anybody, what court presence they can get in the offseason. Because they can make if they can get OG, I would give up Christian Woods for OG too.
Yeah,
Christian Woods, another maybe another bench player. If I need to throw in the second round, so be it. And then now I'm getting that perimeter defense right back. Plus, he's going to help out 3-point shooting too, and a little more size and versatility as well. So now I just need really just interior presence to deal with teams like the Warriors, the Grizzlies, and the Nuggets potentially for next year.
I don't know, man. I just don't know if they have enough. Like with all the other trade suitors out there looking at OG, I don't know if Dallas has enough to really. You can try to convince them to take Christian Wood, but we see how that's panned out in Houston and with Dallas. I mean, he ended up just being relegated to a bench role or a lesser role.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He's proven this year. He can be one of the best bench players in the league. He's been up there with 6 man a year votes. So I'm saying if you Masai and OG wants to get out, which you've been showing reports of, why not get a guy that can potentially fulfill he can't fulfill his defensive assignments or his defensive responsibilities, but that offensive, and he's underrated rebounder as well. Yeah, he'll definitely be able to help them out.
But 30 Grizzlies should call. Do y'all think that the Grizzlies should make a call to the Nets to try and get KD?
But I think they roster gonna get gutted though. That's the point.
I mean, but but if you can keep Ja and KD going into the playoffs, I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, but the thing is, if I'm Brooklyn, I'm not listening to no calls for KD because you're not gonna get because you already have KD locked up long term under contract. What team realistically has the pieces to get KD? If you look at how much it took to get Rudy Gobert, you're gonna have to give up. You're gonna have to move heaven and earth to get him. Go ahead and try. You can go ahead and try.
The Mavericks did not move heaven and earth to
get contracts of all. Kyrie was a depreciated asset. Kyrie was
he forced their hand.
Yeah, he forced their hand. But at the end of the day, to get KD right now, you would have to move heaven and earth with a ton of picks, a ton of players, and I'm talking about not just players. One or two of those players need to at least be all-star caliber.
Honestly, I don't know. Sean Marks, he didn't he used to work for the Suns.
The only team that can do it is Toronto, and Toronto would have to give up Van Vliet. They would probably have to give up Siakam or some other. So they would have to give you would literally
somebody
have
backstage,
to give
Lamont too. Sean backstage, I believe, and then somebody.
We got outside Jew, and we got Sean. Yeah, I just don't think it's impossible. I think. Unless KD asks for a trade, I'm not hearing no KD trade talk because it don't matter who called. Don't nobody have what it takes to trade for him anyway. Yeah, you don't have the Pelicans don't have. Hold on, give me Zion. I need Zion and I need more.
They gonna give.
You can get Brandon. No, you can get Brandon Ingram.
Yeah, the Lakers pick. The Lakers pick.
Maybe Alvarado, and you get a couple of these first rounders.
That don't make that. I'm not taking that.
KD though.
I'm not taking that.
That's the best player they go get. That's the best.
You got the All-Star. You got two.
I would give up Brandon Ingram.
No. I'm saying you got an All-Star with Brandon Ingram.
These players that you're talking about are the same players that were just part of a 10-game losing streak. I don't want them dudes.
Well, that's not fair. Brandon Ingram just got back, Lamont. Brandon Ingram just got back, Lamont. Don't do that.
Just got back. No, you out, man.
Don't do
that. Bi is younger. He already showed that he can be a star player.
Who y'all trying to convince, bro? That ain't that. Imagine if I'm the Brooklyn GM, and y'all come to me talking about some Bi and Herb Jones, I'm hanging
and
up.
The Lakers
I'm giving you multiple things too.
Unless you talk about you have some reincarnated version of Kobe or Jordan or something, I'm not trying to hear no shit.
Come on, bro. You talking about Kobe and Jordan? Really,
bro?
Really?
Kobe and KD's value is up there with Kobe.
Bro, y'all think it's easy to trade KD? With what we saw, it took the Utah Jazz messed up the trade market for everybody.
Agreed.
With what they gave, with what Minnesota gave up to get Rudy Gobert. Now you got to damn near give up double that to get KD, and it ain't happening, bro.
No, but that's one in a 100 bad trades.
But it still set the tone for the market, though. It set the tone.
It did. It changed the market. I think KD was on his way out until that trade happened. And they're like, whoa. They gave it effort. Nah, we need double the price.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question, man. Do y'all think? First and foremost, salute to everybody. Top of the day. Hope everybody's all well. Salute. The way how this thing went down with Kyrie, do you think how he went about it was the right way? Do you think he should have just ride out the season, then make a move, or be like, you know what the hell with this? Since that's how you coming at me, because I feel this was a personal thing. This wasn't about basketball. This was a personal attack. So do you think how he went about it was the right way, or he should have just ride out the season?
I think he went about it the right way.
No, this wasn't personal. This wasn't personal. This was
business. This is just all business. Strictly business.
Business. Yeah. Because like we mentioned earlier in the stream, I'm gonna answer your question. Like we mentioned earlier in the stream, it's more advantageous for Kyrie to get traded than for him to test the free agent market, because if you were to get traded, the team you get traded to has his bird rights. When a team has your bird rights, you can surpass your cap to extend his contract or resign him. So if he were to test free agency, only team that would afford to get Kyrie for the money he's asking for are the bottom feeding teams like the Spurs, the Rockets, the Magic, teams that he do not want to play for because he wants to compete. Yep. So not only in this scenario, I got traded to a playoff contention team, but also this team can also, they have my bird rights and they can give me potentially the money that I'm asking for. Kyrie wants long-term financial stability.
Thank you. And then to add on to piggyback what Sturdy's saying too, this was a chess move in his business. So guess what? I was out, and during the offseason, Kyrie Irving value was low. It was so low that the Lakers was the only team that wanted to give him a contract.
Exactly.
So he sat out. They was losing. He came back, dominated. Now it's getting close. Right, he waited till the right of the week of the trade deadline and say, you know what? I want out. Now I got to force your hand. Either lose me for nothing, or trade me and get something. And then now the team that trade for me, if you don't give me my 4-year extension, I am not going to sign. So he put everybody in a band. So he guaranteed his contract. Kyrie only cared about two things. One, that Sturdy said, about a team that can compete to win, and he wanted his money. That's it.
I hear you, Sturdy. I hear you on that. And I agree with from Kyrie's point of view. I agree from Kyrie's point of view, right? But the Nets, I feel like the Nets organization not extending Kyrie in the offseason was the biggest mistake they made, because if they extend Kyrie, they get a lot more than Finney-Smith and Dinwiddie with more years. People are going to give up more pieces than just rental pieces because they don't know what Kyrie going to do. But if you extend him and get out of your emotions, Josiah, you got way more chips now to trade for Kyrie. But that's the biggest thing that I see, and that's why they should have gave him the max and whatever he asked for, because you're going to get off him if you feel like it. But they didn't do that. And so that's a huge error on Josiah's part. And then I feel like not trading him to LA, any LA team, was personal. When we say it wasn't personal, that is personal. Because you could have got, because at the end of the day, KD's asking for a trade in the offseason. He's going to be a first-round exit. He's going to be mad. He's going to ask for a trade. I'm assuming that you have to rebuild now. And if you got to rebuild, you got to get draft picks back that you gave all the way to Houston. And you lost like half your picks for the whole decade. And so I'm thinking, if you're going to rebuild after next season, I'm assuming that you need a picks for that. You ain't going to build around Ben Simmons and Claxton. You might as well build for the future. You got Claxton, you got Cam Thomas. That's a nice little two pieces right there. And so
it's not
Ben Simmons in the future.
Well,
at the very least, you got to rebuild though. You got to rebuild though. Lamont,
hold on. First of all, as long as you have KD on that roster, you cannot waste a year of his prime, especially when he's playing top-notch basketball. The thing is, if you have KD playing elite level basketball, you do still have a shot. Like, shot at the first especially with the way things can pan out. Sometimes we've seen upsets in the playoffs. The Celtics can potentially, let's say the Celtics have an injury and they go out early, and just the matchups. I'm just saying, but as long as you got KD, all it takes is one injury to give you a chance. Like,
it's salute young Africa though,
and so you have to keep yourself in position to compete. You can't just start over when you got stars like that, and you paying luxury tax. So when you're paying that luxury tax, you don't have you have to at least survive for the playoffs, because the playoffs gives you at least that additional revenue to where you make up what you paid in luxury tax. If you're not pushing for the play, other than that, you just losing money. No, teams aren't really looking in the business of just losing money with these fake rebuilds, and they don't have the draft picks to do no rebuild. What draft picks they got to do any
That's my
rebuilding?
point, though. You're gonna have to get draft picks for KD and Kyrie if they get out. But my
Bro,
question to you, Lamar.
there's
my
no
question to
team
you,
with
Lamar.
enough draft picks. Ain't
Okay,
nobody
my question to you, Lamar.
Lamar, that's why me. Hold on, Africa. That's why me and Sturdy telling you that the Pelicans have enough,
bro. But the Pelicans
got
first
the
you got
picks and players.
First, the
Picks and
Pelicans
players.
aren't even in the market to do a trade right now. They're not. Brandon Ingram's not on the trade table. Zion's not on the trade table. So we're talking about a team that ain't even looking to trade their players.
Okay, so
that's the biggest if of them all.
No, like you said, they can't lose a streak. I don't know. They might.
Well, what's the best case scenario, Lamont, for this team, KD and the Nets roster right now? What's the best case scenario in the playoffs? Everything goes right, like you say. What's the best
Eastern
case
Conference
scenario?
Finals?
Oh, you're crazy, bro.
Conference Finals? Oh my.
Did this team just get swept with Kyrie?
Hold on, y'all. We just
hard.
saw a Dallas Maverick team get to the Western Conference Finals last year
That's
because
Luka.
the cards fell perfectly.
And Brunson.
So what I'm saying is, you can't tell me that this is far-fetched when if the cards fall right, they can find themselves right there in the mix too.
Well, hold on.
Perfectly for the Mavs though. They were
No, it didn't.
No,
they didn't. I'm not gonna let you get away with that, Lamar. I'm not gonna let you get.
They were undermanned in the first round.
It did not fall in place for. They had to earn that spot. They lost. Hold on. Their best player was hurt a few weeks going into the playoffs. He missed 2 games, and then the third game came back. He was on minute restriction, and they still won that series. Hold on, Lamar. I got you.
Yes.
The next series, he went against the number 1 seed back to back. By the way, who was clearly favored to win, up 2-0.
Yep.
They took that. They didn't. No injuries. There was a major injuries. No, they took that, Lamar.
Sturdy. No. If that team was good enough, then why did they give up? Why did they let Brunson go? And why did they give up 2 other pieces part of that team just to get Kyrie?
Got you. So hold on. I got you. Hold on. I got you. I got you exactly. They gave up Brunson because Brunson won $100 million, and he has close ties to his personal staff in New York Knicks. So why would you not get more money and work in a larger market with a bigger role?
And they gave him the contract. He did.
And they traded for Kyrie. You just answered that. Hold on.
Go ahead.
The team was good enough. Why get Kyrie?
Somebody breaking up?
You are.
You is.
Go ahead. You're right, Sturdy. Go ahead.
No, and we just answered the fact that they traded to get Kyrie to put a second star next to Luka. I said it don't change the result for this season. What it does set them up perfectly for off-season moves, for upcoming off-season.
And Sturdy, well, what do you think about the max out potential for this Nets roster right now? What do you think?
Oh, first or second round exit.
Yeah,
depending
facts,
on their face.
man.
No, hold on, bro.
Real talk. Lamont. Real talk. Lamont. Real talk.
I like the Mavericks.
Hold on, y'all. Wait. Hold on, y'all. Wait. Let me ask you a simple question.
I was with you for the ride, bro.
That's what I'm saying. They made a trade that made them that much worse that they can't get back.
Yes. Lamont, hold on.
I'm let
him ask his question, though. Why y'all won't let him ask his question? Listen, John Wall is about to be back in the market. So if I'm Brooklyn Nets, I would try to.
I don't want no John Wall, man.
Hold on, one at a time, y'all. Sorry, hold on. I want to hear what Sturdy has to say. Sturdy got to
So Lamont, real talk. Lamont, real talk. Do you honestly believe, with the current roster construction, with the healthy KD and the healthy team I'm about to mention, do you think they can beat this team? I'm about to mention a 7-game series. Do you honestly believe 100% this team can beat a Cavs in a 7-game series in the first round?
No.
Down this Nets roster.
Hold on, who are you talking about?
The Nets.
This Nets roster.
Yes.
The Cavs?
No.
Wait, they can beat the Cavs?
No.
Yes.
No.
Man.
How?
You see, hold on. For those who don't know and not familiar with FYF, when Lamont is not exactly sure about a prediction, he say it a little lower. He don't say it with much bigger.
I'm just waiting. Hold on. I'm just waiting. Hold on. First of all, hold on. I can answer the question, y'all. First of all, this is what I said. I said when you have KD, you have to continuously push to win, because if the right matchups fall in your way, you have an opportunity to go and make a run in the playoffs.
What
now,
matchup
am I saying that the Cavs are the best matchup for them? No, I'm not saying I'm not saying they're going to play the Cavs. I'm saying when you get to the play, I don't know if the Cavs are going to move up or down in the standings. I don't know where teams are going to fall, but I'm saying if the right matchups fall into your favor, you want to have your roster optimized and ready to go to take full advantage of having KD on your team. You don't want to get you don't run and running. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. You don't want to run into a favorable matchup and then be like, damn, I wish we would have kept this player. I wish we would have did this because we could have won this series. You want to be optimized and ready to go. And when you have KD locked in for multiple years, even after this year's, I'm always going to push to win. And then when you got Spencer Dinwiddie, a lot of people say this. He's been playing like a fringe all-star player already. He can play the 1 or the 2, so he feels the need there. You add, remember, one of their biggest issues has been defense at the rim and on the perimeter. Dorian Finney-Smith can help you with both, especially pick and roll defense. So you add there, and Dorian Finney-Smith has added the 3-point shot to his game. So he's now a 3-and-D type of player that can play defense on all levels. So by making this move, you fix an issue, front line help and perimeter defense. You bring in a fringe guy, not just a fringe all-star. You're talking about a guy that's already familiar with everything that Jacques Vaughn runs. He was there in their playoff run in 2020. Like, he literally knows everything. So it's going to be seamless. He understands, and he's already damn near best friends with KD. So they already have a good relationship. So the chemistry, they're not going to miss a beat. And chemistry is one of the biggest things as far as making playoff runs. You got to have team chemistry. That's what you got to have. And I think they have that. Now, are they a better team if you're just going player for player versus the Cavs? No. But in the playoffs, what team has more chemistry? And I believe the Brooklyn Nets have more chemistry. Wow. I trust KD and Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith in the playoffs over guys like Donovan Mitchell, over guys like Garland, and those guys in the playoffs.
Wow.
I just do. Because what we've seen out of Donovan Mitchell in the playoffs? What have we seen out of Donovan Mitchell in the playoffs that leads you to believe he won't? But y'all talking about.
He had like
players.
57 when.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. What have y'all seen out of a Donovan Mitchell in the playoffs that leads you to believe he can? I don't care if it's first year. I'm asking you a question. He's played in the playoffs in Utah. What have y'all seen out of him in the playoffs that leads you to believe he can beat a Kevin Durant-led team in the playoffs?
This is best thing he ever had.
Hold on. Let me get this. Team with Westbrook, Paul George, and Carmelo Anthony as a rookie.
Bro, they lost against the Clippers when it was up, wasn't they?
Nah.
Who Utah?
Yeah.
No,
but they
the
went
series are tied. The series are tied.
Yeah,
the series are tied. But okay, so they lost to a Clipper team without Kawhi Leonard, right?
Oh, who's missing for 2 games? So he was there for 4 games.
Hey man, Donovan Mitchell damn near averages 30 points a game for his career.
But Lamont, you got to hold on. Wait, look,
on.
Lamont. This is the Nets' problem is they have a hard time against size. The Cavaliers have that. They have enough star power with the 2 guards with Mitchell and them, and their defense is good enough to match up perfectly against the Nets. The Nets can't beat them by himself. This is the best team Donovan Mitchell has played on. So, no, they don't have a chance. Only team the Nets can beat as a roster is currently constructed in the playoffs is probably my damn Chicago Bulls. Everybody else in the East are smacking them, bro.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, Lamar, as a coach, Lamar,
I want y'all to remember this conversation when the playoffs come around.
No.
I want y'all to remember this. And when the Brooklyn Nets are up 3-1 or something on one of these teams, I want to see what type of excuses y'all gonna be copying.
That's what they were saying last season.
I want to see.
We're gonna see you. Hey, Lamar, as a coach, when they load up on KD. What is the counter to loading up on KD, doubling him? What's the counter on that?
No. First of all, to load up on KD, one, you have to have the personnel that can do it. So first of all, what personnel do they have without compromising their defense? Like the Celtics could do it without compromising their defense because they had sufficient guys in the backcourt. But do they have the perimeter defenders to load up on KD? Throwing Garland because they have one of the smallest backcourts in the NBA. Throwing Garland because they're going to be on the floor. You're going to have Mitchell on the floor. What bodies are you going to consistently throw at them? Big bodies on the perimeter to force him into them ISO situations where he has to be ISO player. They don't have a Tatum. They don't have a Brown. They don't have a Horford. They don't have a Robert Williams. They don't have that many big bodies. They have. I think KD would invite the Jared Allen one-on-one matchup on the perimeter. I think he would invite the one-on-one Mobley matchup. And if he gets past those guys, you don't have a backline help like the Celtics did. You can get past Tatum, but if you got past Tatum or Jaylen Brown, then you would have to see Horford. You would have to see Robert Williams. You would have to see other big bodies. They don't have they have big bodies. Do they have the same bodies needed to employ a strategy that can slow KD? I don't think they have it. I don't think they have.
How much do you personnel
to slow him? Talking about Cleveland? Yeah.
Cleveland doesn't have the personnel to slow down a KD in the playoffs.
So you telling me, Lamont, you telling me
they have to slow down?
Hold on, Lamont, you telling me a player, a team like Cav against the Brooklyn Nets, who's going to have Ben Simmons and Nick Claxton on the floor, who are not good floor spacers, which means that gives a weak side helper like a Mobley or like an Allen at times, to give them less space to cover up and recover to help on the weak side, to help outside the lane lines. So when you have a Mobley who is definitely versatile and long enough to stay with KD, and have a guy like Jared Allen who would constantly help outside the lane lines. Because of the lack of spacing threat, a guy like Claxton.
Who did you say could stay with KD?
Evan Mobley.
Evan Mobley.
No, we can't.
Yes,
I like with the help.
No,
you gotta understand he don't have shooter. Y'all look, see y'all just looked at the name and just skipped over what bro just clearly said. He said it's gonna be able to have better help side defense because they with like players like Ben Simmons who cannot shoot,
and Claxton,
Claxton who can't shoot. So they're gonna have the help. And KD is, I understand y'all understand is KD is older now. KD not carrying a team by himself like
defense.
They will torch his ass. Hold on, let me finish this because like Lamont understand this. Just how you mentioned they have one of the smallest backcourts. That's the same thing applies to the Nets. So that means they don't have the personnel to stay with guys like Garland and Mitchell in pick and roll situations, right? So in a playoff situation, I agree with you. Chemistry does matter. However,
so
situations matter too.
In their first matchup this year, where was all that defense to stop KD?
I don't know who played. I don't know if Garland and Mitchell played that game. I don't know.
And they had Kyrie. Like that's a whole different situation.
They all played. Right, Garland, Mitchell, because remember Garland dropped 46.
Did Kyrie play?
Yes.
That's the difference.
Okay,
but
so
hold on, but you have Dinwiddie. Hold on, but you have Dinwiddie still.
Dinwiddie's not Kyrie.
Hold on,
he's not Kyrie though.
But what I'm saying is what Dinwiddie adds, he's going to give you scoring. But what he makes up for is he adds an element of defense that Kyrie didn't bring. So he kind of, even though you lose some offensively, you gain some.
Kyrie's better at defense than Dinwiddie.
Kyrie's not a better defender than Dinwiddie.
Yeah, I don't know
yes,
about
he is.
Hold on, Lamont. I want to ask you this question because I've been asking every Nets fan this question, but no one can seem to answer. Maybe you can help them out. What are they going to do when the Nets are on a what the Nets are going to do when they on a run? They're on a 6 to 8 game run, right? I mean 6-point run, right? And the smart coaches on the post team like the Cavs would be like, I noticed you have Claxton and Simmons who are 50% or below free throw shooters. We're gonna hack them. What is the proper adjustment for that, Lamont? How are you going to win a playoff series when your two best defenders are complete offensive liability?
I don't know any coach in NBA history that just goes to hacking players and sending them to the free throw line to win games, and that hasn't happened since really the hack a Shaq. And you really, you don't gain anything like that.
Simmons, we've seen it.
Hold on, we saw playoffs. Okay, we saw that back then. That was, like I said, it's very rare.
It's what's now.
Hold on one second. First of all, what I'm saying is I don't believe they go to no strange hacker Claxton thing. And even if they did do that, they got players that they can take out. You can take Ben out and put in Dorian Finney-Smith, right?
Sure, let's put in. They can. Thomas
you got play. Hold on. Let's not act like we didn't just see what Cam Thomas did in the elevated role.
He can't play like a defense.
Let's not act like Cam Thomas has been been one of the best hidden seekers in the NBA. And when he got his first opportunity to show what he could do, as soon as Kyrie was left, what did he do single-handedly
the
by
Nets
himself?
have a lot of talent. The Nets have a lot of talent.
should have been,
but they still got shooters. They still got Seth Curry and Joe Harris. Let's not act
they
like
just
they
don't have a
ton
point
of
guard. They don't have a point guard like
Spencer
Ben
Dinwiddie can play the 1 or the 2, and he's already done it before in that Nets offense.
Yeah,
Lamont, when you replace those guys, when you replace when you replace Simmons or Claxton, you're gonna have to place one of them to counteract that adjustment. With a guy like Cam Thompson or Benny Smith, giving up, not only you're giving up defense, but you're also giving up interior rebounding.
The last time the Cavs played
like that.
The last time the Cavs played the Nets, Brooklyn shot 60% from the 3-point line. They made damn near 23s. So I don't believe making threes is going to be an issue. I don't believe it.
I just don't think it's going to be an issue. Hold on, wait. Was that Sean? Sean, go ahead, Sean. I know you ain't saying nothing. You're trying to get in.
Again, I think this all comes back down to matchups, guys.
Thank you.
This playoffs is about a chess match. JB Bickerstaff and Jacques Vaughn are going to have to play a chess game if those two teams match up in the playoffs. Ben Simmons doesn't play now in the fourth quarter because they can't depend on him in the fourth quarter to score, or if he goes to the
doesn't shoot during the games.
Well, hold on. What I'm saying is it's going to be a chess match. What Dorian Finney-Smith and Spencer Dinwiddie bring to them now is it just makes them a little more dynamic in terms of some of the lineups that they can run out there. Also, let's not forget, Ben Simmons is not too far removed from being the primary ball handler in an offense. So he can now, at the 4, basically get the rebound and push the ball again and be another guy who helps facilitate their offense. So they don't necessarily need a pure point guard, even though Dinwiddie can handle the ball some. Obviously, Seth Curry can handle the ball some, run their offense a little bit. They don't necessarily need a classic point guard. They just need to figure out, from a matchup standpoint, which lineups work against which teams and how to best take advantage of it.
No, but the thing is, though, Ben Simmons
and now they have more versatility to change their lineups up.
No, the thing is, no one fears Ben Simmons in transition anymore. They don't fear him, period. Like, he has no gravity.
If they win a playoff series, it's not going to be because of Ben Simmons. I'm not saying
have gravity on the floor.
Nobody's saying Ben is going to be an X factor. What Sean just said was just that with bringing in
he's not
Dinwiddie,
getting open looks is what I'm saying.
I know, bringing in y'all keep saying all these open look BS, all that stuff. It's not even going to come down to that.
Them in transition.
At the end of the day, y'all, it's going to come down to how do you contain Kevin Durant? Mm-hmm. They don't have the defensive bodies to slow him down. They don't have it. And then now that you can't just focus all of your attention on KD, because now that you have a Dorian Finney-Smith, you still have a Cam who's playing great offensively. You got a ton of players over there that can make shots. The Joe Harrises, the Seth Currys, the Patty Mills, Wanatube. I think he was leading the NBA in 3-point field goal percentage at one point in time. He still might be at the top. I can't remember, but he's making threes at an unbelievable clip. So when we talk about them making shots, they've already lit the Cavs up this year with 18 threes on 60% shooting from the 3-point line. Now all of a sudden this defense is just going to improve and be able to slow it down. And it wasn't just all Kyrie. KD dropped 32, 9, and 5 in that game. TJ Warren dropped 23 in that game. It was other guys that stepped up. Claxton 10, Royce O'Neal 10. They spread the wealth out. Wanatube 10. They spread that wealth out.
So you don't see a scoring deficiency on this Nets roster, Lamont? There isn't a scoring outside of KD, consistent scoring?
No.
Wow.
Hold on, let's not. Hold on, you mentioned 3-point shooting, but why have you mentioned the Cavs are a top 10 3-point shooting team as well?
No, I'm talking about that specific game.
Oh, okay,
that specific game. Brooklyn shot 60% from the 3-point line. They made 18 to 33s. So if y'all telling me that this defense, if they're going to focus all this energy on KD, what happened in the first matchup that they had, which was all in Cleveland, where they allowed this team that y'all say struggles to score make 18 to 33s.
Oh, they had Kyrie, and you and I both know
Kyrie hit 18 threes.
No, it's a different game plan, Lamont, when you have two all-star elite isolation players than opposed to one. You and I both know that.
Yeah, y'all act like Spencer Dinwiddie ain't been playing at close to an all-star level this year.
He's not producing the same.
So Dinwiddie can't ISO. Bro, y'all are discrediting Spencer Dinwiddie so much. Y'all making it seem like he just can't do anything similar to what Kyrie could do. No, nobody's saying he is Kyrie.
He can't.
No, he can't. There's a reason why we're saying Kyrie with Luka.
Y'all are saying this.
Y'all,
but hold on, but y'all just said you add Kyrie to Luka's team, and they can't even get out the first or second round. So y'all say add Kyrie over there to a team that was in the Western Conference Finals. Now they digressed. They can't even get out the first round. But you take those same. But you take the pieces that if you take. Hold on, Sturdy just said that. He says he don't think Dallas can get out the Western. So hold on. So whoever's making that noise, hold on, y'all. Mute your mic if you got. I'm hearing like some background noise. Mute your mic.
Somebody cooking.
Yeah. Who's cooking?
So what I'm saying is these same pieces that were surrounding Luka that helped him get to the Western Conference Finals. You saying these same pieces can't help KD get to the Eastern Conference Finals?
Lamont, Brunson
had a lot to do with that, though.
A, it's a different conference.
They didn't have Brunson.
B, Dallas was not even the same team they were last year. They defense regress. They rebound and regress. That's why I'm mainly saying against the matchups of their offense improved with the addition to Kyrie, but they still have the same defense and physical deficiencies.
And you don't got Giannis Tatum in your conference.
And when we look at the Nets, even with the additions of Spencer Dinwiddie and what's the dude name? What's the other guy?
Dinwiddie.
They have improved some of their perimeter defense, but they still have deficiencies, Lamont. And I'm saying potentially a matchup against the Cavs, they can exploit some of those deficiencies.
Hold on, but what I'm saying is why y'all so stuck on the Cavs? Why is it that the Nets, the only team that they can match up with in playoffs is the Cavs?
Oh,
are y'all really telling me? Are y'all telling me that you telling me this Nets team? You telling me they can't beat a Miami Heat team?
Wait, that's what I'm talking about.
You telling me? Hold on, you telling me they can't beat the Hawks or the Heat?
They can't beat.
Wait. The reason why I said, because I'm the only one that brought the Cavs. The reason why I brought the Cavs because
you're stuck on one team because it just sounds better to talk about.
That's what they will play if the playoffs.
Let me answer the question.
Name other teams.
Hold on, wait. Let me answer the question. The reason why I chose the Cavs because they're not even a top 3 team in the East. So when you say they could potentially get to the Eastern Conference Finals, that means by default they have to be at least 2 of the top 4 defenses in top 4 teams in the East. So hold on, Lamont.
What I'm saying is we talking about matchups. Let's not talk about that. If we're talking about matchups, the Nets who sit at the 4 seed right now, they could potentially go up or they could potentially go down. I don't expect that they just go down now that they're starting to get bodies back. But what I'm saying is the Cavs are probably not going to stay at 5. The Cavs could potentially go up or down. It's not just the Cavs they can match up with. And that's why I said if they get a favorable matchup in the first or second round, they can find themselves in a position to get to Eastern Conference Finals based on who they play. I don't expect
mic with that pot.
Yeah, if you got a pot or something in the background, mute your mic. I'm gonna have to kick you off the panel. So what I'm saying is, it's more than just the Cavs they can match up with. If you saying they can't match up with the Heat, I believe that's an extremely favorable matchup for the Nets.
First round matchup though.
It don't matter. It don't matter. But you have to get through the first round. You have to get through the first round to even start a playoff run.
Wait, Lamont. But anyway,
what if they go up in seedings?
They cannot avoid the Celtics or the Bucks in the second round,
or the 76.
Exactly. You're going to play one of them, and it's going to be bad.
Hold on. But what I'm saying is, we've seen these teams struggle. What I'm saying is we've seen all these teams struggle. I think the Bucks right now wouldn't want to see a KD-led Nets without Middleton on the floor.
Hey, without Middleton, they're cooking the Nets, bro. Without Middleton, they're cooking the Nets.
Yo, let's not answer.
Can we be clear right now? Milwaukee is not the dominant force they are without a healthy Middleton.
Yeah,
he's not been healthy all season. So to just automatically just put them in the Eastern Conference Finals right now is probably not wise because, again, they need him at his best to be their best. They are not without him. So to Lamont's point, if Middleton's not healthy going into playoffs, I'm not sure we should be putting Milwaukee just as an automatic to get to the second and third
The
round.
Nets just beat them by 18 without Middleton.
I mean, I like Drew and
And don't say it was because of Kyrie, because Kyrie didn't do nothing that game. Kyrie only scored 18 points.
Lamar. Hold on. Please, young Africa. Let me get this on. Lamar, when you say potentially they can make the Eastern Conference Finals, no matter what seeding they get, they have to see.
I did not say that. I didn't say no matter what.
No. That's not.
I said if they get favorable matchups, just like what Sean said. I said because playoffs is all about matchups. I said if they get the right matchups, they can find themselves easily in the Eastern Conference Finals. Now, I understand that because of seeding, sometimes you might run into a team of force a lot sooner than you expect, and you can find yourself going home a lot earlier than expect. I understand that's how playoffs work, but that's why I said, but I'm saying is you have, with KD on your team, you have to stay geared up in the event that favorable matchups fall into your lane in the playoffs. You have to be ready to take advantage. If you get the Heat early, if you get the Bucks without a Middleton early, these are favorable matchups for the Nets. They could win those series. As much as y'all want to push back on it, right? Y'all acting like all these teams that y'all saying can beat the Nets. The Nets have already beat up on.
Yes. Yeah, hold on, Lamar. Let me respond to that. So, like I said before, when you say they can potentially make the East Conference Finals, no matter what seeding they get, they have to come across at least two.
When did I say no matter what seeding?
No, I'm saying, it's a transition, Lamar. I'm saying no matter what seeding they get, they have to see at least two of the top four teams in the East.
Bro, I know, but that's why I said it's about matchups.
And I'm telling you, they don't match up well against Celtics. They don't match up well against the Bucks.
I know that. But what if they get lucky and they match up against the Bucks? That's a better matchup for them.
Without Middleton, that same Bucks team from last year without Middleton scrapes this team.
All right.
Facts, 30.
That's true.
All right.
You asking for luck though, Lamar. You hoping for a sprained knee?
No, bro. No, I'm not. No, hold on. Hold on. As Middleton, how many games is Middleton played this year?
Is KD healthy? Is KD healthy?
Hold up. Who are you
taking? KD healthy?
He hasn't played many games, and they're still the number 2
Middleton's not healthy, so I can only judge the Bucks. I can only judge the Bucks.
KD not healthy either.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. All I'm saying is this. Middleton hasn't shown me he's healthy because he hasn't played
14 games, Lamar.
Yeah, okay. So is that showing you he's healthy?
No.
Okay, so he's playing 14 games, and I think most teams have played over 50 games by this point in time. That's telling me right now, whatever's going on with them sounds like it's going to be a seasonal issue. It's going to be something that's probably going to last throughout the duration of this season, and I highly doubt we see much of Middleton for the rest of this year. So I only can base that. I can only base that off of how much I've seen him. Maybe he comes back and he looks like the Middleton of past. If y'all believe that, fine. I don't. I'm saying right now, without Middleton, it's a favorable matchup for the Nets. It's a matchup that they can win.
Lamar, I just want to ask, who do you think is a better?
KD healthy,
who do you think is better, Drew Holiday or Dinwiddie? Who would you take?
We can do the
Drew.
Drew.
God.
I mean, Drew got a chip, so
the NBA comparisons
right
count
now.
for chemistry.
I mean,
two-time
he playing
All-Star.
nice.
On NBA 2K is going to say that Drew Holiday probably has a higher player rate.
Oh my God, Lamar, come on, bro.
Hey, Lamar, but what you're saying, Lamar, is that the Bucks need to be at full strength to beat the Nets. I don't agree with that at all.
No, what I'm saying is, hold on. No, what I'm saying is,
I want to go back to
for the Bucks to do.
I would say the Celtics.
Hold on. For the Bucks to do what they do best, they need Middleton healthy. The Bucks rely on a lot of team success. Like they need Middleton to be playing well for Giannis to have optimal success. They need Holiday. They need their whole group together to get the most out of it. What we've seen from the Bucks is that when one of those pieces are missing, they don't look the same. When Brook Lopez isn't in, they don't look the same. They don't have. It don't matter individually, but that Bucks team works as a unit. They're optimized as one unit, and when you remove one piece, they don't look the same. When you remove Middleton,
you can say that about any team, though.
No, but it's more so with the Bucks. They, especially in the playoffs, we've seen them struggle without Middleton. We've seen them struggle mightily. They need him, and without him, y'all telling me that a Bucks without Middleton can beat a Nets team at 100%?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Lamont, you're not even Lamont. You're not acknowledging the fact that
Giannis is better than KD.
4-1. 4 games, Nets 1 game.
Lamont, you're not acknowledging the fact that KD is hurt also, so we can't guarantee KD will be available.
And Giannis is better than him anyway.
Wait a second. We got to go back and check.
I just don't see it.
Fellas, I'm about to make some moves. Yo, shout out to y'all, Lamont. Salute. Once again, shout out to my guy Kyrie Irving, man. Let's go Dallas Mavericks. Salute.
Can we just wait?
Yeah.
All right, bro. After the trade deadline, before we say anything about the Nets, because they can still make some moves. So
let's Sean.
They're not making no more moves.
Didn't we see the Nets and the Bucks match up in the playoffs a couple of years ago when Middleton, Drew Holiday, and Giannis were all healthy the entire series, and that Nets team, who clearly was not healthy, that series took them to 7 games?
Yep.
Did we also not see the Bucks take the finals appearing Boston Celtics to 7 games with no Middleton? We saw that too, right?
And then that same Celtics team.
Good rebuttal.
That's a different matchup. That's a completely different matchup.
As always.
We're talking
the next round.
But you can't compare a matchup with the Celtics to a matchup with the Nets. If the Bucks struggled with an injury-riddled Nets team and it was just KD, that means they struggle with that matchup. If you add healthy pieces around that matchup,
that was 2 years ago.
It's gonna. If you add healthy pieces to the Nets team and you take away one of the key cogs that made the Bucks competitive against the Nets, I mean, I just don't see how they just beat the Nets as easy as you guys said.
Lamont, but they also had either
but that was 2
Harden
years
or
ago.
Kyrie.
We're talking about last season where literally the Bucks and Celtics. It was Boston and the Bucks, and then Boston against the Nets. That's a one series difference. The difference between what happened 2 years ago and now, I mean, that's a way further.
I'm just talking about the matchup. That's why I don't want to bring up the Celtics. I'm just talking about the matchup with the Nets.
Okay. So with the matchup, what's the matchup, Lamont? Even without Middleton, they've proven to be a top 2 defense in the playoffs.
Even without Middleton, they just got beat by 18 by the Nets not too long ago.
You and I both regular season playoffs are a completely different game.
Bro, but that's the most recent thing we have. The most recent thing that you guys are having, you're taking it off years. I'm just going a couple weeks back.
So
I'm taking off the matchup for the playoffs. I'm talking about matchup for the.
A couple weeks ago, the Nets just slaughtered the Bucks.
Okay, so is Embiid better than Jokic right now?
We're talking about teams. We're not talking about
No.
What are we talking about individual players for?
No, because you said you go off of recency. So I'm asking, is Joel Embiid better than
I'm
Jokic?
saying the most recent matchup with the Nets and the Bucks.
And the most recent matchup between them.
But I don't care. I don't care about a player rating between two guys. We're talking about team versus team.
No, I just want consistency.
And the one thing that I'm saying is that just recently, the Nets beat the Bucks by 18. That's what happened most recently without Middleton. The Bucks struggle against the Nets without Middleton on the floor.
I just want you to apply the same logic.
That's what the matchups show.
So by your logic, the matchup shows that Embiid is better than Jokic.
I don't get what you're saying. I'm not talking about KD being better than Giannis. I'm not comparing those two players. I'm comparing teams.
We are going off the recency of it, though. So you don't do the recency when it comes to individual players, but you'll do it for the
I'm not judging individual players right now.
So you're judging it strictly just with the teams then?
Thank you.
Yes. Individual player matchup and team matchup, that's apples and oranges, right? Because you're talking about coaching strategy, you're talking about lineups, you're talking about who's doing this, who's making this move. So if you're talking about individual players, that's individually looking at each person's talent and saying who's better. That it's a totally different. It's apples and oranges. All I'm saying, and I think what Lamont is saying is again, the Nets against the Bucks in the playoffs, if Middleton is not healthy, and again, playing 14 out of 55 games tells me he ain't healthy, the Nets will not get just washed by the Bucks without a healthy Middleton. Middleton has to be there. They needed a healthy Middleton, a healthy Drew Holiday, and Giannis to play out of his mind to beat the Nets 2 years ago when they didn't have a healthy Harden, and we know Kyrie missed half the series. Now it's a different team, obviously, because those two guys aren't there, but they got more dynamic pieces. Bless you. They got more dynamic pieces that, again, Jacques Vaughn is going to be playing chess with in these matchups, and that's all we're saying.
So what about this for a stat then?
What's good, y'all?
Last eight games, out of the last 8 games, the Bucks have beat the Nets 6 out of the last 8 games. How you feel about that, Lamont? If you want to talk about matchups.
Hold on, say that again. I couldn't hear you.
Out of the last 8 games, the Bucks have won 6 of the last 8 Bucks versus Nets matchups.
Hold on. Are you including playoffs?
Yes.
Okay, that's what you're.
I'm including since 2021. I don't know if that includes.
I know. It's
since 2021, huh?
And what we're talking about is now. I want you to just make a comparison of all the games that were played without Middleton, and then put that into context. Whenever what I'm saying is when the Nets are 100% healthy, because we know Kyrie was missing for some of those games and some of those matchups, and KD almost single-handedly took down the Milwaukee Bucks. Now, you add healthy pieces around KD, but then you take away one of the most important cogs for the Bucks, which was Middleton. So you're taking away from the Bucks, you're adding to the Nets, a Bucks team that already struggles to defend KD. How does that equate to Bucks just running through the Nets?
Because they still have advantages over that team, Lamont. They still bigger interior. They still better rebounding team. Honest, and I've been saying this for a while. With the addition of Joe Ingles, they actually supplement some of the things they lose with Chris Middleton from a playmaking standpoint. So what I'm saying is, Lamont, from a team to team comparison, from a matchup comparison, they still have multiple advantages above the Nets. I do agree with Sean. The Bucks playoff performance have to be optimized with a healthy Middleton. But we talking strictly against this version of the Bucks against the current personnel against the Nets.
I'm just saying, without Middleton, the Nets have a shot. That's what when I say favorable matchups, I'm saying if the Bucks don't have Middleton and they're playing the Nets, if they're not hitting on all cylinders, they will find themselves in a bad situation against a Brooklyn Net team that's looking to take them out, especially after losing to them in the playoffs before. It's not going to be an easy task without Middleton. And again, just like you guys are asking where the scoring is going to come from for the Nets, where's your additional scoring going to come from without Middleton there? That's what I'm saying. And I mean, we've seen teams really, really make it hard on Giannis when they don't have floor spacers out there like Middleton. The teams make it hard on them.
And can we just question, have the Bucks ever adequately replaced PJ Tucker?
Nope.
Bobby Porter's doing PJ Tucker job. No.
He can't do PJ Tucker job, bro. Stop that.
He's playing PJ, but I'm saying y'all asked, did he replace him? No, that's
he said adequate. He said did they find an adequate replacement? You can't tell me Bobby Porter's is an adequate replacement for PJ Tucker. It's not.
Well,
PJ Tucker was the only one. Actually, PJ Tucker was one of the main reasons why KD didn't completely obliterate him that year. He was the only one really putting up a fight, play after play after play, making it hard, and KD was still lighting them boys up. Now without a Tucker, who's that guy that's going to keep
gonna get his regard, but they've not. Bro,
I mean, Jeff Green was nice too.
KD not just beating them by himself like that, bro. Stop it. No.
But what Bobby Portis does contribute, he might not replace exactly what PJ Tucker did defensively, but he's a double-digit rebounder. He is. Yeah. He does get you 13 to 15 points.
Hey, y'all deflecting. Y'all deflecting.
He's better than Nick Claxton.
No, I didn't deflect. Switch. I answered the question. I said he does not. I said he does not replace what PJ Tucker did defensively. What he does provide is what I said before.
So who gonna guard? Who gonna play that tenacious perimeter defense for them?
That's you.
The question he basically asked.
No, they rotate. What they're going to do? They're going to do it by committee. They're going to rotate. They're going to rotate multiple players. Hold on, Lamar. You know it for a fact. There is no hold on. There is no one player that guards a great scorer. Fuck out of here, bro.
He asked you. No. He asked you who gonna replace Tucker. Tucker made it tough on KD.
I just answered your question again. I said they're going to do it by committee. They're going to rotate.
Thank you.
They're going to rotate Wesley Matthews, Joe Ingles.
No, that's a hypothetical. You think they do it by committee?
No, that's what they did, nigga. In all the matchups they faced against KD, that's what they did against the Nets.
And then y'all not acknowledging the fact that when KD played that Bucks team, he had shooters around him too, that he had more space to operate. Now with the team,
KD still got shooters.
We still got
yes, he do.
Crazy, man.
And they lineup gonna be small and they deep. Okay, so the shooters that the shooters that they have do not play defense or they are small.
Bro.
So you gonna run what lineup you gonna have all shooters in there, Lamont?
You know what y'all doing, bro? Bro, y'all doing the triangle theory.
No, please don't. Actually,
hold on. Let me let Switch Life go. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me let Switch Life go. We got some new.
Tell me the lineup.
Look, y'all doing a triangle theory. This what y'all doing. Just because this boxer beat this boxer, that mean that he can beat the boxer that he lost to. That's what y'all doing. That don't work in sports, bro.
No one's doing that. Talking about?
Hold on. Let him finish. So I can get the Mac and her.
Is you gonna let me finish? That's what y'all doing. Y'all saying just because they lost to the Celtics and the Bucks, and the Celtics did their thing against the Bucks, that they can't do their thing. It's about matchups, bro. Matchup make fights, bro. It's just like boxing, bro. Just because this team beat this team, that don't automatically mean that the third team can't hang with them.
We literally follow what I'm saying?
Hold on. We gotta let him finish so we can move on to the other guy.
I'm saying though, do y'all follow what I'm saying? So what FYF and what FYF and Sean is saying, what FYF and Sean is saying, y'all are totally disregarding that matchup makes games. It ain't about who better. We know Drew Holiday better than Spencer Dinwiddie, but it's about matchups, bruh. And that's what y'all doing a triangle theory. Look it up. Just because this team is better and beat this team, that don't mean that third team can't hang with them just because they lost, bro. That's a triangle theory. That don't work in sports.
Okay, so not hang. So let me ask this then: could they win? Like, could you realistically see the Nets beating the Bucks?
I said in the chat, pending KD's health, with those role players, with Simmons, with Dinwiddie, with Claxton, with Finney Smith, with Royce O'Neal, with Seth Curry. Yes, they have a chance, bro. Yes.
DJ Warren.
Switch.
And
before we get to
the Warren, I said pending KD's health, pending his health.
Switch. Before we go in this merry-go-round again, bro. Hold on, bro. Before we go in this merry-go-round, Switch. We already agreed, Lamont, the fact that they have a chance. We just disagree on the fact how favorable that matchup is. This whole entire time, Switch, we actually have been doing it on a matchup basis between those two teams.
No,
we've been moved past that Boston Celtics shit. We've been moved past that.
I heard somebody on the panel straight bring up Boston. Just straight bring them up. I heard
Sean, that's not what we talk about now, though.
Hold up, bro. Hold up, because I've been listening. Sean clearly posed the question, and somebody, I think Sean said, well, they barely beat them, and the Nets was barely injured. Somebody straight deflected and said, well, what about last year with the Celtics? Y'all didn't even address what Sean had said.
That. Okay, but the question that was asked,
and that's called triangle theory. And that's called triangle theory. That don't work in sports.
But you deflected by bringing up the Celtics when the question was asked, who gonna take the PJ Tucker role? And I told y'all the guy who's playing.
I ain't bring up no damn Celtics. What the hell are you talking about?
Listen, you doing it now. You said who's gonna play the PJ Tucker role? Me?
No, Sean said that.
No, he didn't say that.
Okay. I said the
Sean posed the question.
Listen, you gonna let me ask? Let me finish, bro. If you're going to, what I said, Bobby Portis is currently playing a role, and Sturdy acknowledged the fact that yes, he does not have the defense, but what they're gonna do is defend by committee because now Bobby Portis helps on the defensive end, but he still bring the shooting that PJ Tucker brought.
Bobby Portis ain't guarding on the perimeter. Stop this.
Okay. Now listen, let me finish. Well, now when you look at the roster that was the same, because you compare the roster that they play in the playoffs, they had more shooting and KD had space to operate. Now you got a guy like Ben Simmons and Claxton's on the floor, so now he's going to get more help. So that's a guy like Drew Holiday going to help on the other side of KD, or they're going to double him and say, Ben Simmons, shoot the ball. And if you go with the shooters that they have, they either cannot defend or they're small.
So
the
you
matchup
does
not favor the Nets.
It's going to clamp them up. Claxton and Ben.
He's going to discredit that Ben Simmons and Claxton can bang with Giannis. I ain't say they better. I ain't say they going to outplay him. I said they can put their chest in front of Giannis though.
But they
can't have those. And they didn't have those players years ago.
And he's going to be with Lopez.
So when did the Bucks coach start showing you that he's willing to go deep into his bench and defend with committee with a ton of players?
Grant Williams.
Don't he normally shorten his rotation? The Bucks coach is known for shortening his rotation and just going with his guys.
Yeah, I would go with like 7 guys.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, so now all of a sudden he's going to completely change up what he normally does. He's going to go with a 10-guy rotation where he's bringing in guys like Jordan Noir and he's bringing in Joe Ingles, who hasn't given y'all nothing this year. He's gonna regurgitate and trying to figure out how Serge Ibaka can suddenly get healthy. Like, how do you defend with committee? How do you do that?
So, like I said, Lamont, when you want to bring up the regular season matchup they had this season, when you watch those games, that's what they've been doing. They've been rotating players like Wesley Matthews, Bobby Portis at times, even Giannis at times, Joe Ingles when he is there at times to defend against KD. That's why I'm about to defend by committee. Second thing, Lamont.
That's not what I asked.
Did have a reputation.
You can't trust no damn Mike.
Hold on, Sturdy. Hold on. Sorry, Sturdy. The question was
Budenholzer did have a reputation. Budenholzer did have a reputation of leading shooters open in the playoffs. No, I'm about to answer your question, Lamar.
You're taking
Budenholzer did have a
Hold on, Sturdy. You're telling me that now all of a sudden Budenholzer is going to completely change his playoff strategy.
He's not.
I'm normally going with shorter rotations. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. What I'm saying is Budenholzer has never shown us that he's going to go into some 10-unit or 10-man rotation in the playoffs. According to Sturdy, he's going to completely change up what he does in the playoffs and go with this 10-man rotation to just throw different bodies at KD when he never does that in the playoffs. This is why PJ Tucker was consistently defending KD throughout the majority of that playoff run, and he didn't go deep into his bench and use body after body after body to throw at KD. No, he doesn't do that. So tell me what, if we're basing it on what he normally does in the playoffs, how does he keep that type of consistency and still throw bodies at KD?
I got you. First of all, one of y'all.
No, it was on Sturdy. It was on Sturdy.
Go ahead, Sturdy.
No, Lamont, repeat what you said. I'm not gonna lie. Majority of stuff was getting chopped up. I couldn't understand it.
I just want to know, how does he throw bodies and use this depth against KD when he normally only goes 7 or 8 deep in the playoffs?
I think it's just 30 stuff still messed up.
No, I think it's me. Fuck, man. I'm gonna try to answer that question as much as possible. I'm simply saying, Lamont, is I do agree in terms of that aspect. You do have to adjust your defensive scheme into more potential lineups that you might throw at KD. Why I am saying, Lamont, to answer your question of Budenholzer probably doing something different schematically, he did it with his defense this year. Prior to this year, he was notoriously known for giving up the three. He made a defensive adjustment to his team to start guarding and rotating the three more, which only helped their defense. So why can't he adapt to the circumstance of, okay, Chris Middleton was hurt last year in the playoffs. He's not looking too good now, so I'm going to have to adapt again to probably explore more of my rotation and get deeper into my rotations in the playoffs. I'm saying, why can't he do that? Even though he's proven to do it with his defense.
All right. So you're saying he's going to change his defensive strategy up years and years on in.
I don't think that he's going to like I think he's going to do the same
thing.
That's
not what I said.
The two bodies that he's going to throw at him is going to be probably Grayson Allen just to be a pest and Wesley Matthews. KD still going to kill, but once again, this is the part that y'all not acknowledged though, right? When the Nets with KD beat them, do you know who they was in their rotation? Blake Griffin can rebound and shoot. Joe Harris shooter, Bruce Brown shooter,
Grayson Allen.
Bro,
come on, bro.
Listen, bro.
Now Brooklyn actually did it good with that trade, though.
Listen,
they had
look. I'm finna tell you all the players that played the most minutes in the rotation, and tell me what you see the difference at. Because the guy who's that starter, Nick Claxton, barely played that series 9 minutes. When KD took him 7 games, when KD went off. Blake Griffin was in the rotation. He's a big who can shoot. Joe Harris, a shooter. Bruce Brown, defender, shooter.
You can't trust no damn Joe Harris.
Jeff Green was one of their main key rotation players, shooter. KD had shooting, so he can operate like that.
Bro, they got shooting now.
They got shooting now, though, bro.
But they can't defend.
Yes, they are. They are
No. Finney Smith. Let me get on this. Nah, I can't do that. Finney Smith can.
Finney Smith and Royce O'Neal.
They already was good defensively before they got them with it.
What Sean said, Vinny Smith and Royce O'Neal are good wing defenders, bro.
And D went actually decent.
I just don't trust Finney Smith in terms of shooting threes because that nigga will
Hold on.
go over.
Y'all know the Brooklyn Nets right now. The Brooklyn Nets.
They're top 10.
Yeah, they top 10 defensively.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of Claxton. Claxton got all them blocks. He need the league in blocks. Ain't
Nah, but
their
rotations.
perimeter sticking
Nah,
defense,
but their
boy.
rotations are good and everything though.
The difference is the biggest difference with Brooklyn is their coaching. Jacques Vaughn has got them boys playing. KD has been out for I don't know how long, and he still got them top 5, top 4 in the East. And the East is loaded. So number one is the coaching. He is gonna have Brooklyn playing hard in the playoffs, defense, rotations. That's the number one thing that's always been wrong with Brooklyn is their coaching. That's settled. If KD comes back and beats the KD that we know, the East got problems. Boston, Milwaukee, 70. Don't nobody believe in the 76ers, James Harden and Joel Embiid. Are you serious? Don't nobody believe in the Cavs. This is y'all first rodeo. So Brooklyn is a problem. And I'm sorry, but Ben Simmons, you can say whatever you want about Ben Simmons. I'm looking at a 6'10 Ben Simmons, a 7 foot Claxton, 7 foot KD, 6'7", 6'8" Dinwiddie, and a 6'7", 6'8"
0 points.
Vinny Smith. All on the same court. All 5 of them on the same court can switch everything. You got shooters, you got wing defenders, and you got
lids.
They a problem.
Shooters.
And they
so Spencer Dinwiddie, KD, and Vinny Smith can't shoot.
No, you said shooters like all 5 of them are gonna shoot. I'm like,
no, bro. I didn't say all 5. I said they got shooters. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying. They got shooters.
Yeah,
they got
the Nets are the number 2 team in the NBA in 3-point percentage. Brooklyn Nets as a team
so much.
The Brooklyn Nets as a team are shooting 39% from the 3-point line right now.
The Brooklyn is a problem if they can put it all together.
Then you got Cam Thomas coming off the bench. He been playing well all year long.
Seth Curry, you got shooters coming off the bench. Seth Curry and Joe Harris coming off the bench.
Now, then you still got a guy like Patty Mills with playoff experience.
Yeah. Now I agree with that, McDuff. No, I feel like what y'all all didn't acknowledge was they have way better coaching, and now I will acknowledge that. But now one of y'all said that. Now one of y'all said that because Nash was holding that team back, and I'm surprised they played as good as they did with Nash against the Milwaukee Bucks. And now one of y'all brought up coaching because that's the big difference on that
earlier,
team.
man.
No, you did.
Now Lamont did bring up coach.
I didn't hear that.
Because I talked about the chemistry with Jacques Vaughn. You talk about bringing Dinwiddie back to a system he's already familiar with, Man, I think y'all underestimating KD and the Nets. Y'all just think any team nobody's gonna be happy about having to play Kevin Durant and the Nets in the playoffs. I promise you that. It's
gonna be a well-organized system.
They don't have a lot of balance scoring.
They're not going to have better chemistry than the Celtics, the 76ers, or the Bucks.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, hold on. But I'm saying is, look, I know that some teams, Celtics isn't a favorable matchup. That's why I said if the right matchups fall into their path, they can get there because they have, as long as you keep competent pieces around KD, you have to always give yourself a chance to fight if the opportunity comes up. If you start trading all your pieces, think like earlier, somebody was saying they need to start doing things for the future. If you start giving up all your pieces, then all of a sudden you find yourself with KD, but you've traded away all your help. But if you would have had that help, you could have beat the Heat. You could have beat the Bucks. You could have beat these. They're just staying ready in case they get the favorable matchups. I'm not saying they're going to beat the Celtics. I'm not saying they're going to beat the Sixers. I don't think those are favorable matchups. But anybody else, to me, is a favorable matchup for them.
I don't see no world beaters in the East. Shout out to the Celtics for being the number 1 spot.
They not world beaters either.
And even the Celtics are prone to losing.
Nobody in the East is world beaters to me. Everybody
That's face McDuff. That's face McDuff. I just like they're gonna have a lot of balanced scoring. Brooklyn, they may have like 6 or 7 guys with double figures each game, and that's a dangerous team to face in the playoffs. When you got about 6 or 7 guys that could be in double figures each and every game. Then defensively, they top 10 like Lamont just illustrated.
They top 13,
but they're not top 5. They're not going to be top 5 like those 3 teams I mentioned. They're not.
They got better, but Sturdy, they got better defensively.
There's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do to compete on the boards with those 3 teams I mentioned.
You sure about that?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Ben Smith.
Hold on. The 70s, they can't. The Brooklyn will smack the 76ers.
I can't guarantee
You're
that.
crazy.
Five
Mac
or
Dip.
six.
You're crazy, Mac Dip.
Five or
I
six.
agree, McDuff.
You're
They
crazy,
could
Mac
Philly
Dip.
ain't never got past the second round. I don't believe in Philly.
Hey, hold on, but
What
hold
the
on.
fuck the Nets got
past?
But hold on, Sturdy. The Brooklyn Nets are third in NBA in rebounding.
I wonder why.
Lamont, you really, Lamont, sit there, really think. You really think they're going to out rebound the Celtics, the Nets, or the
Hold
Celtics?
on. I don't. No. What I'm saying is,
They out rebound Philly.
so far to date, they're one of the best rebounding teams in the
We
NBA.
talking about playoffs.
Is
We talking about
different, bro.
Playoffs. Is Ben Simmons even gonna play?
Yes.
Oh, stop
What are y'all talking about? Their coaching, bro. Their coaching is different. This ain't the same Brooklyn
Ben
Nets.
Simmons
Even
still
when
is
they
not
had,
playing.
even when they were historically bad defensively, and I put all that money on them. Y'all were talking all that stuff. They went 7 versus Milwaukee.
They lost.
Took them. They still took them 7.
They
And like I
lost.
said,
And
in
they
the
didn't even have- and
playoffs,
they didn't even
hold
have-
on. Like I said, in the
Steve
playoffs,
Nash.
everything slows down. Your rebounding and
That's worse
defense
for Ben
is going
Simmons.
to get better.
That's worse for
They're
Ben
already
Simmons
what,
when the
top
game
10,
does slow
top
down.
13
That's a
defensively,
fact.
top 5 rebounding. They're gonna be in it. The Brooklyn is a problem, bro. If they're healthy and that coaching does what he needs to do, y'all tripping.
I'm telling you, Ben Simmons is going to be a liability in the playoffs for that
They
team.
got
I've seen
they
it with
got
the
about 6 or 7
76ers. It's gonna
guys that
happen
can be
again.
a double figures
Herm.
every
So we
game.
supposed to hold on. We're not supposed to
That's
believe
not
in the
including
second.
Ben Simmons.
We're
That's
not
not even
supposed to believe
including
in
Ben Simmons.
Philly. We're not supposed to believe in Philly because they didn't get a second round, but we're supposed to believe in the Nets because
Since you
they got
got two guys that always underperform.
They got Spencer Dinwiddie.
Now,
They
hold
got
on,
Spencer
Sturdy.
Dinwiddie.
Hold on, Sturdy, to respond.
We going
Hold
to
on,
the
y'all.
Eastern Conference
He went
Finals,
0-10 in the playoffs.
Hold on, y'all. To respond to Sturdy. Hey, you got 2 underperformers. Joel Embiid always underperformed. James Harden notoriously underperformed. So I'm gonna go off history. With Philly. Those 2 guys always underperform. If they don't show up, Philly gonna get their ass kicked.
But you're not going off
So
history
Nick
with the
Claxton
Nets.
is going to go 1 for 10 at the free throw line again, and
make
then
some
with Ben
imaginary
Simmons,
stuff.
you know,
Listen,
he's going to get
No,
snatched
you
again.
hold on, Herm. Why you not going off? Hold on, Herm. Why you not going off history with the Nets? Why are you acting like the Nets don't got no underperformance on that team?
Game 4, what happened?
Who underperformed for the Nets on their roster right now?
Ben
Who
Simmons,
underperformed
Joe
for the Nets?
Harris, Claxton. What are you talking
Joe
about?
Harris not even gonna see the floor in the playoffs.
Joe Harris.
That's my
Joe
point.
Harris
No,
not even gonna see the floor. He's not even gonna see the floor in the playoffs.
What is Ben Simmons?
He's not even gonna see the
give Ben
floor.
Simmons though.
So 2
And hold on, and we talking about
hold
hold on.
on the floor for them.
And what? Spencer
KD
Dinwiddie
didn't
proven the playoffs.
underperform. The best player didn't underperform. I know that.
Hold on.
didn't
Spencer Dinwiddie
underperform
has
last
Spencer
year?
Dinwiddie the best player in the playoffs, and no one want to talk about it. Steph Curry low key underperforming in the playoffs. Well, so what are you talking about, Herb?
The whole everybody on Brooklyn, if you want to hold them to some certain standard, Seth Curry, I mean, okay, but no, they didn't play exceptionally well in the playoffs. KD carried them versus Brooklyn with all the injuries.
The most of that was
I'm talking about
Steve
Philly,
Nash.
but even when he was with Philly, he underperformed in the playoffs.
But
Steve Nash is to blame for the Nets.
The
now
thing
it's the coach.
is that hold on. If Brooklyn matches up with the 76ers, KD's the best player on the floor. That's and they ain't got nobody for him. Nobody. Tobias Harris, they ain't got nobody.
Who they got for
KD.
Embiid?
They ain't got nobody for KD.
Who they got for Embiid?
Joel Embiid should be versus Ben Simmons and Claxton. But both of them are gonna play. Both of them are going to play Joel Embiid though. Joel Embiid should get his, but we'll see. I actually like the matchup for Brooklyn because you got 2 bigs that can go against Joel Embiid. And we'll see what happens. And Joel Embiid is gonna have to outperform. That's a tough matchup. That is a tough matchup. Because Joel Embiid ain't proven that he's like that in the playoffs.
Hey, McDuff, I got a
Andrews,
question for you, McDuff.
ahead.
A simple question. What you think was the biggest Achilles heel for the Brooklyn Nets last year? I just want you to answer that.
The coaching. That's the biggest Achilles heel was they coaching. You could say they defense, you could say underperformance, but it was their coaching. And Zach Vaughn is gonna put everybody in position, including Ben Simmons, to succeed. Matchup wise versus any team, the Brooklyn is going to be ready. If KD gets his head in, if KD is KD and Ben Simmons gets his head, I don't expect him to get his head right, but if he plays a comparable role that Jacques Vaughn could put him in, the Brooklyn is going to be a problem. They got the coaching
I
and they
think
got the pieces.
My guy,
I think the next trade they need to make, I think the best trade they can make is, I would see if there are any takers. Yeah, I'm saying if they do make any trades, I think the best thing they could do is see if there are anybody that could offload Ben Simmons, and maybe you can get something that can help him, because
Ben Simmons is untradeable.
Like, the one thing that is, he's not untradeable, but I think the one thing that they need to fix is the Ben Simmons problem. It just hasn't worked. I don't see it getting better. Ben Simmons just, to me, doesn't seem like a player that's invested in trying to play winning basketball or getting better. He hasn't bought in. He hasn't been consistent. And so I think if you move anything, what can you do to either offload that contract or bring in something? There's some team out there, a playoff team, that would love to have a defensive player like that at the 4 spot.
Lamont,
maybe.
Nobody wants Ben Simmons. I'm being for real. He is untradeable.
Well, I mean, unfortunately,
I don't see it.
There's still a market
team
for
wants him.
There's still a ton of. There's still a market.
Give me some teams, please.
He's not untradeable.
Yeah, he's not untradeable.
His trade value is low, but he's not untradeable.
Yeah. Nobody wants that. His contract is too deep, too many years, and he's been regressing. I've been with y'all. He's been regressing since 2019.
But he's already been traded once, which means he's tradable.
And that was a debacle. Nobody wants him right now.
His trade, Deshaun is right. His trade value.
Hold on. Are you saying right now? Are you telling me right now that the Bulls wouldn't be interested in a Zach LaVine Ben Simmons swap?
Mac Dell.
No, don't include my team.
You disrespected just not throw my team there.
We about to come off the top rope. No, we ain't giving up no Zach LaVine for the
Yo, here's no Ben Simmons. Are you crazy?
No, I think
you better add Spencer Dinwiddie and some other shooters around.
Beverly and Kendrick Nunn still get traded.
I think Ben Simmons can play a comparable role with
Kendrick Nunn get traded. Ben Simmons can get traded.
What y'all talking about?
No, you can only no Zach LaVine, bro.
No,
we might give him Zach LaVine.
What I'm saying is the Bulls don't look like they want to move forward with Zach LaVine. They don't want to pay him. They need a point guard. The Lonzo Ball experiment is not working.
Lonzo can shoot, though.
Lonzo ain't playing.
Lonzo's not on playing. Lonzo's not playing. You can't shoot when you're not playing.
He was at his best.
I mean, when was that?
Yeah.
Like 2 years ago? When was that?
That's what I'm saying.
Lonzo Ball is about to be out the league.
He was healthy.
This man just said, he said my knee still hurt. Like 8 doctors looked at him, bro. He might as well.
Yeah, they saying we don't know what's wrong with
about, bro. He said they don't know. He think he making it up. Like, bro, your knee good, but it hurts. I was like, what that mean, bro? No, man. I was the biggest advocate for getting them, but like, come on, dog.
For real.
Because it's starting to look
y'all niggas
like
he was gonna get Lonzo.
Lonzo's contract is just as bad as Ben Simmons right now.
Now I think they'll probably do that though. They'll probably try to give up Lonzo or something for Ben Simmons. But
I'll do that in a heartbeat right now.
Yeah, but I think they was going to accept the Russ trade, Lamont, because they wanted those picks. If they get those picks, that's on. They mainly want the pick. They like, we'll deal with Russ for a year. At least Russ will come here, try, make the fans happy. We'll be at the same spot we at now. So they wasn't gonna make no difference. And Zach want to go to LA anyway. So
okay,
I'll be worried about.
I heard they might try to get Dame, but I know we got no chance of hell to get Dame. Look, Portland already shut that down. Like Dame ain't going nowhere. And Dame don't want to leave. He just built his wife's dream mansion. He ain't trying to go nowhere.
It's crazy that just a couple of years ago that the Trailblazers tried to trade for Ben Simmons.
I think people need to really be trying to call Atlanta and try to get John Collins or try to get Trae Young. They questioned that. I doubt they trade, but John Collins for sure.
Hey, listen to this trade. Actually, I'm gonna put this on the screen. Because I actually like this little trade idea right here. Because I think this will help all the teams involved. Hold on, let me present this.
Yeah, and
hold on.
John Collins right now is that TV that everybody all your homeboys be trying to give you that nobody wants. Everybody keep passing around like, you don't want this TV? That's John Collins right now. Nobody wants that.
I told you.
But it won't work. It failed. The trade failed.
Wow, you probably asked somebody, but no, yeah. No, see, yeah. This is a reasonable trade. Like I was gonna add more players. This not a bad trade. The Timberwolves will get off Gobert, and Gobert will actually flourish playing with Chris Paul. The Minnesota Timberwolves will get shooters, but they probably tanking anyway because Cat out, and the Nets could get Aiden. The Suns don't want Aiden. This is a good trade. But all sides, actually,
and it works now because it's after December 15th. So the trade could work now because you can trade Aiden's eligible to be traded now.
Makes no sense for the Timberwolves at all.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, why not? Yeah,
That
why
is
not?
just disrespectful to put the Timberwolves on this trade.
The reason why Lamar, because Ben Simmons got more fouls than field goals. That's why.
Exactly.
Nobody want that.
Yeah, but I think they're. I don't know. Is the Rudy Gobert experiment working to you guys?
No.
Yes, they in the play. They about to be in the playoffs.
No, it's not. No, it's not. They're not happy with that Rudy Gobert trade.
Man, they was 6
They need to
seed
trade
right
Gobert.
now.
Man passed it between Anthony Edwards.
I mean, Cole at the time not even playing. So I mean, they gotta have somebody in
They
Minnesota.
they like 6 or 7 seed. As long as they make the playoffs, yes.
I do. Hey, Lamont, put that Pelicans trade up there. When I said KD for like
They need
it
to
was
trade
a
Cat,
gram.
not Gobert.
Brooklyn is not trading KD
I bet they would.
for nobody. For
If he asked
who?
for it.
No, they
Yeah.
ain't signed him.
For
Him no damn
Victor? For
peanuts.
Victor? For
That's for sure.
Victor Wembanyama? Yeah, they trade KD for him. Yeah.
The who got a pick that might be the Lakers pick the Pelicans. That might be Victor Wembanyama.
Don't be surprised
that'd be
if
crazy.
Pascal or OG get moved soon.
Yeah, I think OG going.
I believe OG gets moved. I just don't see Pascal getting moved.
I think it's
Yeah,
I don't see it either.
OG gone for sure.
and I think it's New Orleans or Memphis, but don't sleep on Cleveland.
I just don't see the GM sending him to the Cavs because of the conference. But it could happen though.
Toronto should keep OG, Pascal, and Scotty Barnes and move off everybody else. Build around them 3 niggas.
Yeah.
And I heard Dallas trying to get Porzingis back.
Facts, McDuff.
You think? Hey, I Sturdy. You think the because I know you brought up Herb Jones on this trade. So you think if the Pelicans was, they would probably have to trade Herb Jones?
For who?
Okay, in the KD trade. So would it be Brandon Ingram, Devontae Graham, and Herb Jones and like 3 first-round picks? You think that ain't enough to get KD? that ain't enough to get KG?
No.
And what are those?
It's not. Look, it's not enough to get KG or KD.
And what? Hold on, wait. What are those?
Taking a Herb Jones.
Man,
I don't want no dude. I don't want nobody named Herb in a trade for KD.
Okay, take Jackson Hayes then.
Man, the
that's not
Pelicans ain't got
one of
nobody.
those.
That's not enough,
bro. One of those picks is the Lakers pick. That's going to be a.
That's not enough. That's definitely not enough.
I guess.
Yeah, this Warriors trade does not help the Warriors to me like that.
They're not doing
Definitely
it.
helps
Warriors.
OG Anunoby.
I don't think it helps the Warriors.
Hold on. I think if you get OG and Precious,
Bro, the Warriors is not trading.
At what's going out.
Wiseman definitely trying to get rid of Wiseman. No, actually,
get rid of Wiseman.
Hey, Precious be balling too.
Actually, Lamont, try to find the Caruso trade because that's who finna get traded to the Warriors. They like in heavy trade talks to get Caruso. The Bulls and the Warriors, they finna send Caruso to the Warriors.
Now, this is where the Warriors lose out because the Warriors would lose Moody, Patrick Baldwin, which I would not give him up. You lose Wiseman and Kuminga, so the Warriors would lose all their young core in this trade.
Yeah, I would.
And they not doing that.
Where the Bulls at?
If we trade Caruso, they got to give me Patrick Baldwin Jr.
They don't really want James Wiseman anyway, though.
Hey, Precious is nice. Y'all sleep on Precious, bro.
That's not true. That's not true.
On who?
Precious Achua, bro. He's nice. He's a starter.
For who?
In that trade
for Precious Achua to the Warriors?
Yeah, he start for Toronto. He ain't no scrub.
The Pacers got all the real. The Pacers got the real assets. They got like 3 first rounders this year.
Yeah,
the draft
nice,
is gonna
bro.
be crazy.
I think the Bulls gonna trade. I think the trade that the Bulls gonna send to the Warriors. I think they're gonna get probably Wiseman and DiVincenzo for Caruso and Drummond.
Man, no.
Wait for Drummond?
I don't think they're gonna give up them in trade.
No, Drummond been having problems with the coach, and then they already been on the first train smoking, talking to
And the Warriors don't want Drummond.
And that's fair. No, but they don't want Drummond, my boy. They don't want
But
Drummond.
if they lose, if they lose Wiseman, they gonna try. They gonna
What
get
the hell the Warriors gonna do with Drummond though?
Drummond, he gonna be chopped chicken.
I don't think the Warriors is making no trade.
Why you lying, SB? Drummond want to go back.
The Warriors gonna do with Drummond.
Who else the Warriors gonna give for Caruso though? I'm saying
The
who
Warriors
else they gonna
don't. I don't think the Warriors is gonna make no
This
moves.
dude
bro.
said Drummond. Andre Drummond. Okay.
Drummond, so
crazy.
Drummond won't be good with the Warriors. Be a good defensive.
No,
presence?
he would
Hell
not.
no,
No,
bro.
no.
Nah,
Drummond
I don't
is
see
trash.
Drummond moving with that offense.
I can't say he won't.
That man gonna be
I can't say he won't.
What?
Drummond want to go back to Philly, bro. Why you lying? That's me.
No, I'm telling you, the Warriors are trying to get Caruso, and what
they may be in on Caruso.
What the Warriors gonna give up?
I mean, Caruso ain't a bad pickup. Now, Caruso ain't a bad pickup. I ain't saying nothing about Caruso. I said Drummond.
If the Warriors are making calls,
if we trade Caruso,
hold on, one at a time, y'all. One at a time.
We trade
answer this question for me, y'all. If the Warriors are the Warriors are trying to get Caruso. That's a fact. They are making calls now. Who are they giving up to get Caruso? Besides Wiseman, that's gonna be that.
Give me Patrick Baldwin Jr. and that's a deal.
I'm not giving up, but the thing is, SB, I'm not giving up more than Wiseman for Caruso. That doesn't make sense.
I'm not even giving up Wiseman for Caruso.
I'm not even giving up
Wiseman for Caruso. Man, that's not an even trade, man. Get out of here.
Hell no.
Yeah. Give me Patrick Baldwin Jr. and that's a deal.
No. If you give me Caruso and a first-round draft pick for Wiseman, I might consider that.
I don't think that has value.
I'm not giving you no first-round draft pick.
I need Derek White Jr. too.
I think the problem
they'll give you Derek White. I'm saying because you gotta add players like that, because if you do a Wiseman for Caruso straight up, I mean you can do that, but that's not a fair. So that's what I'm saying. They're gonna add and they're gonna need a big to replace what they lost.
Well,
we don't need no Wiseman, bro.
The problem with the Wiseman trade is the only reason why they're talking about that is because of the money.
Thank you.
But from a basketball standpoint, it's a terrible trade. For two reasons. Number one, Wiseman hits restricted free agent after next season. Okay, so to the Warriors, he still has value. He's not max contract value, but he still has value. The problem with Wiseman is he hasn't played enough for people to say what he is because they don't play him.
Right.
That's the issue. So if I'm the Warriors, I'm not giving up Wiseman and the potential to control him for the next 4 to 5 years for Alex Caruso.
Yeah, but who you gonna give up to get Caruso?
It's two things, bro. If we trade Caruso and add in another player,
so let's say we trade Caruso to the Warriors.
So they want Caruso.
You either give me your first round pick,
do the trade,
or you give me Patrick Baldwin Jr. That's it.
Okay, so Caruso's making $9 million a year for 3 years. So that means we gotta, because that means I think both teams have to match salary. I think they're both over the cap. So where's my $9 million that I give back? James Wiseman could potentially work straight up. But I don't. But see, what the fact that we don't know what James Wiseman is, that plays into the Warriors' favor. So that means he's more valuable than the $9 million contract. I think it's going to take more than just that. I don't think they give up a Wiseman. Don't see that.
Give me Patrick Baldwin Jr. or give me your first round pick with.
I think Jordan Poole has poison pill, so you can't touch Jordan Poole.
Nope.
I mean, I don't
Patrick
see
Baldwin not enough. That's what I'm saying. They don't. That's what I was
Kuminga.
Kuminga not enough.
Kuminga's not enough.
If
you trade Kuminga, you got to give up 2 players to make it work.
That's
and then
you trade Kuminga, bro.
Kuminga and DiVincenzo. Shit.
No, even if you trade Kuminga and DiVincenzo, then do you still are they over their roster limit? Then did that becomes a play?
And you lose 2 wings. That's why I'm telling y'all.
Kuminga is the best athlete on their team, bro. They not trading no Kuminga, bro.
And DiVincenzo is lightweight better than Caruso.
Y'all laughed at what I said. Now you look at it, they will have to probably give up Wiseman, and then they're gonna add Drummond just to get another big body back to be a roster filler and to play like Looney.
Hold on, but make the money work. Make the money work for me.
I will put Caruso in Drummond, and then you could do.
Okay, so Caruso and Drummond. Where's Drummond at right here?
Drummond, right, and then you could do Wiseman. And
that's a steal for us. If we
why would they give up Wiseman? No, that's a number 1 draft.
That's
the only person they're gonna have to give it. I'll probably say one of these guys on the bench, like maybe.
Yeah, but explain to me as a coach why you would take Caruso
because they
give up a number 1 prospect.
They trying to give up what they missed from Gary Payton, and they already shown they can win the championship without him.
Okay, so you give up. Let's say so you ask for Wiseman and who else?
And you probably got to give it like maybe one of the guys off the bench, maybe Baldwin or Moses Moody.
Give me Patrick Baldwin Jr.
They're not giving up Baldwin or Moses Moody, bro. That'd be a horrible trade for the Warriors. They're not giving. That's too much young talent.
No, give me who else they gonna have to give up? That's what I'm saying. But they trying to get
Michael Green. You can give up Jermichael Green.
I don't want him.
They'll probably take
I don't think nobody wants Jermichael Green right now.
Nobody wants Jermichael Green.
They get Wiseman.
Bro, why y'all trying? See, y'all think first of all, now you're just trying to commit highway robbery on.
Yeah, it's a finesse move. I ain't gonna lie.
Bro, like y'all really.
I'll give up Caruso for all them young.
Let's do Baldwin. Oh, let's see if this works. But this is Here, we'll try to trade. But there's no way the Warriors are that stupid.
Give me Patrick Baldwin Jr.
The trade
and
works.
Lamb.
Look, it works. The trade, it works for the Bulls.
Yeah. They probably take JaMychal Green. They'll do it with JaMychal Green.
Bro, hold on, bro.
Y'all act like Wiseman is balling.
I guess Mike is the GM of the Warriors.
If the Bulls should add a first round draft pick just to make it that work. I throw in a future 2029 first round draft pick just because.
Charlotte Hornets,
I throw a couple.
You don't get the same opportunity with Golden State, man. Like, come on, bro.
Like I said, I don't think the Golden State Warriors ain't trading nobody, bro.
Hold on, wait.
Now, they did say that this makes the Warriors better. So, according to the metrics, they say this makes the Warriors 3 wins better.
They look garbage with them.
It makes their offense and defense both better. It hurts the Bulls by 3 wins. That's what it does say. So, SB could be right because the numbers say it makes the Warriors better.
Steph is out. That's not going to even matter.
Go ahead. What's up, Sean?
Yeah, why are the Bulls?
If y'all think it's a scrub, y'all tripping.
Hold on. Let me hear
Swish. Why are the Bulls looking to move Caruso and possibly DeRozan and these guys?
Because have you seen how we played? We played terrible. We're not playing up to par because you look at how much money we spent on this roster, and we're not living up to par, even like close to it.
It's the coaching, though, to be serious.
But they gave him an extension, so now you can't move the coach. They just extended Billy Donovan, so now you stuck.
So that's part of it. The other part of it is that Jerry Reinsdorf is cheap. He don't like paying the luxury tax. Never has. So his thing is, if I'm going to move salary, I don't want to take back salary that still makes me pay the luxury tax. So if this is the only move that the Bulls are making, it's counterproductive.
But Sean, you forget one thing too, though. Yes, the owner, I know about the owner, but we have a new management. We have AK. So if that was the case, what you're saying, we wouldn't be paying it now, and we just paid DeRozan and we just paid Zach LaVine. So no, AK has full control of what the team has done. And he already looking to make moves.
As much control as Jerry Reinsdorf is willing to open the pocketbook. Let's be clear. These GMs,
if that was the case, Zach would have been gone.
But no, and that's because Reinsdorf was willing to open the pocketbook. But also, it was knowing that DeRozan's not on a long-term deal. DeRozan was only a 3-year deal in the sign and trade.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also the other question is, and for me, if I'm the Bulls, the person I'm trying to move is actually Vucevic, because I'm not going to re-sign him if I'm the Bulls, because I'm not paying any more.
That's a possibility too.
So the money,
that's a possibility too. But I think they're moving everybody.
The money in this trade works, but let's just look at how the Bulls have traditionally operated. The Bulls did not give out a contract worth more than $100 million in their history until this past offseason when they paid Zach.
Hey, look, I'm looking up reports of the Caruso trade. One of the first trades that they talk about was they literally said the Bulls received Wiseman and the first round pick, top 5 protector for Caruso by himself. So I think y'all are overvaluing.
You must be out of your mind, man, bro. That's fake. That's the fake.
I
reading that from. Where you reading it from? No, what's the name of the channel?
Yeah, what is that?
Is it Bulls? Is it Bulls?
Yeah, Chicago
Bulls Nation.
Oh my God, bro! I clicked the first link of that. It's
no. Where's it from? Where are you reading it from?
Say NBAanalyst.net. That's what it's from.
Yeah, okay.
I just typed the first what I say.
Yeah. We in shambles. Just give it up. We in shambles.
So Caruso,
Caruso. I think y'all overvaluing Wiseman. I'm sorry.
I think you overvaluing Caruso. What are you talking about?
I like the trade. That's highway robbery right there. I take it.
6'5". Like, come on, bro.
Oh wow!
I take that trade.
Wiseman and a first round pick. Man, there ain't no way in hell, bro.
Yeah, would it happen? Would it happen?
Why would they do that if Steph is hurt, bro? That don't even make sense.
Well, Steph's only gonna be out just past All-Star break. He's not hurt like that.
The Warriors is gonna be fine. I don't know. The Warriors is gonna.
I'm saying like then you gotta go in the playoff with no chemistry with him and them guys. That's stupid.
Yeah, I can see that too.
Making a trade while he's hurt.
I think Dallas is a problem though.
I just don't see where Dallas is gonna get their.
It's
defense,
just the defense for me. That's really.
I don't know why you got all this Nets love, Lamont.
No, it's not Nets love. I'm just saying I'm not looking over them. If you match up with them in the playoffs, it's not going to be a cakewalk. It's going to be a difficult matchup. Like
Ben Simmons out there is a cakewalk, bro.
Yeah, just because Ben Simmons is out there don't mean it's a cakewalk, because all the teams that a lot of the people in the chat said could beat them, we look to what's recently happening in NBA. They beat the Cavs. They blew out the Bucks. I mean, it's not no foregone conclusion.
And they didn't have Ben Simmons.
They got smacked by the Sixers with Ben Simmons.
I didn't say that, but the two teams that I said are probably not favorable matchups are Boston and the Sixers. I said if the Nets run into the right matchups, they can find themselves in a Eastern Conference final.
No, I don't want to revisit this.
Yeah, I don't want to revisit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just matchups.
With the Dallas Mavericks, I don't think Kyrie. I think they're gonna be a problem in the playoffs. They got potential, but I don't think Kyrie's gonna stay there. And Dallas is gonna have all that money for free agency. Who do you think they target in free agency?
I think they did trade for Kyrie because they did want to give him the extension. I don't think they would have pulled that plug.
The 2-year, 83. Kyrie ain't signing that.
No, the extension.
He getting a 4.
No.
Hold on. What are the free agent market looking like?
The biggest free agent is Christian Middleton.
And Harden.
If I was Dallas looking at the free agency, I would let Kyrie.
Hold on, y'all don't think Russ is one of the biggest free agents?
No.
Russ.
If I would let Kyrie go. I'll go get Karis LeVert. I'll re-sign.
Hold on, y'all was just trying to Kyrie.
You got to understand something though. The Lakers done lower his value a lot, man. The Lakers done did a bad job with that guy. They lower his value a lot.
I mean, his value was kind of coming down.
Luka and Westbrook ain't gonna work.
Yeah, by the time he trashed.
I'll go get. What y'all think about D'Angelo Russell?
No,
nah.
D'Angelo Russell's nice.
Yeah, but
he's nice.
It's all about fit, though. It's about fit.
It's one-on-one
basketball.
I
think you got to get the ball out of Luka's hand and have somebody
D'Lo
run
going back. D'Lo gonna try to go back to the Nets somewhere. He's gonna go back this way. But I don't know.
D'Angelo Russell?
Possibly.
As stated earlier, the Mavs did not make this trade without intention of giving Kyrie an extension this summer.
Mm-hmm.
You think they're gonna sign Kyrie for the $200 million?
That's why they did it.
Yeah,
that's why.
Yes.
That's exactly why they did it.
Why would you trade for him and don't sign him? That's stupid.
No,
listen, if he and Luka,
they got rid of the second best player in a 3-and-D wing.
Yeah.
They want to.
This works out if it looks good at all.
Yeah, if he and Luka play well together, it's a foregone conclusion that they're going to offer him that money because they got to protect keeping Luka long term.
Now
I get that. I'm going off the claim that Kyrie is still Kyrie. He's gonna have issues. You can't control him. I'm not spending $200 million on Kyrie. I'll let him go.
No, but the thing is,
what are you talking about?
We have the luxury because
hold on. All market teams don't have the luxury of thinking about not taking a risk. If you small market team, you got to go for the gusto. You have to.
Back up. How did they get Luka? Because Luka didn't sign there. They drafted Luka. And before Luka, what star did they have? Dirk. He was drafted there.
Actually, they traded Luka.
Nobody, and they traded for Luka, but nobody's signing up to play in Dallas. So you have to overpay for a star like Kyrie Irving.
I'm not overpaying for Kyrie. For Kyrie Irving.
Then Luka is going to leave.
Listen. First of all, Kyrie's how old for 4 years? Whatever. I'm letting Kyrie go. I got max money now. If I'm looking at the free agency value, I can get Karis LeVert.
They're trying to get a number 2 around him.
How many times was Dallas Mavericks?
Let me finish.
What he say?
Because money, first of all, money talks. You guys are giving $200 million to Kyrie Irving. Hell no. I'm first gonna get my money, right? Let Kyrie go. I'm gonna have max dollars. Karis LeVert will be a good fit with Luka. Vucevic, you're not going to have to give up a bag to get Vucevic in free agency. You could get Vucevic with hold on, Vucevic with Christian Wood coming off the bench and Karis LeVert.
So why did they wait to the offseason? Why did they even trade for Kyrie?
MacDuff, let me ask you a question. When's the last time
he played too much 2K, man?
Bro, they're not re-signing Kyrie. Go ahead.
Wow. You just think somebody just gonna sign up the
Let Sean go because y'all don't make no sense. Go ahead.
Players for every team.
So why would they trade for Kyrie in the first place?
MacDuff, let me ask you a question. When's the last time Dallas signed a free agent off the street to a max deal?
I don't know.
Never.
Exactly.
And they always have money.
They never have.
No, they always have money.
Oh, come on, bro.
They've always had
money.
They literally, remember in 2010, they literally were trying to go after LeBron.
They didn't have no chance.
They had no chance of getting LeBron. They do not sign max.
It's not an attractive.
Hold on. Okay, when they tried to go after LeBron, who was there on the Mavericks?
Dirk.
Kid. How old was Dirk?
Dirk won a championship that next season.
Hold on, time out.
What is wrong with him, man?
Time out. We're talking about a 27-year-old LeBron James with Dirk Nowitzki from 2011 to 2016, 4 or 5 years. No, I'm not finna go to no Dallas.
But you're missing
Dallas.
You have a pipe dream. You're not signing.
Time out. You guys are talking about a 33-year-old Dirk versus a 23-year-old Luka.
Hey, he is doing.
Luka is 23 years old, 24.
Nobody said LeBron was going to go play
with
Dirk.
Dallas. No one came to Dallas.
You're missing the point. They do not get big-time free agents to the Dallas Mavericks off the street.
They don't need no big-time free agents. They don't need a big name.
MacDuff. They need a second legitimate star next to Luka. Karis LeVert and Nikola Vucevic ain't that.
Right. I didn't say they were stars.
They've already tried to do the by committee next to Luka. It ain't working. That's why you go get
Kyrie. Oh my God! They just went to the Western Conference Finals.
That's what you do.
And if they had a star, they might have won it.
Are y'all time out? So you guys are hold on. This is Luka has been in the playoffs 3 years? Right? Two first round exits in the Western Conference Finals by just putting pieces around him. Now, you guys think that they're going to keep Kyrie. They're not going to keep Kyrie. They're not. Mark Cuban is not going to sign Kyrie to $200 million.
Hold on, wait, MacDuff. I got a question. Hold on, wait. Let me ask MacDuff this question. MacDuff, what was the last big name that the Dallas Mavericks signed off the street?
Again, the same question I'm answering the same question that Sean asked. Nobody.
MacDuff, who was the last big name the Dallas Mavericks signed off?
Nobody.
It was DeAndre Jordan, and they overpaid for him.
Okay, that's DeAndre Jordan.
They didn't even get him. Kyrie Irving.
That's DeAndre Jordan.
This is Kyrie Irving. He's much better.
Yes, I understand that.
We can go back to the past. I'm looking at a report where I looked at all the free agents. Darren Williams.
Vince Carter
did not want to go there. Did not want to go there. Hold on. Carmelo did not want to go there.
Okay, all those names that you're naming
this is the life of small market team.
Is Vucevic the same name as those guys?
No, MacDuff, you're not going to convince Vucevic to sign in Dallas. First of all, when you have the opportunity to trade for Kyrie, he can experience life in Dallas. He can experience being on that team. It's much easier to convince a player that's there to stay than to try to go get these guys to come in free agency. If remember, winning cures a lot of things. If they have a lot of success with this combination, then you're going to be able to convince them to take a max deal. And if they do get a chance, they're going to offer Kyrie the max that they can offer. They're not going to give him a penny short.
We'll see. And I think they could make it to the Western Conference Finals. I think they're a lot. I think they're a lot as long as they don't face the Warriors.
But understand this.
I'm just saying, watch. They are not going to sign Kyrie to no.
I need to understand this because this is repeated multiple times. Whatever team traded for Kyrie, they did not trade him for 30 games. They traded him for an opportunity to extend a long-term deal with him. So not only that, the fact that the Dallas Mavericks have his bird rights now, if Kyrie were to leave, he's not going to get the money he wants. He's not going to get the long-term financial security he wants.
Thank you.
McDev just be chatting, man. He don't know what he's talking about.
He gets more money. First of all, y'all all sound like Laker fans. Because y'all all had the Lakers in the
Bro, you're not being
I let y'all speak. I told y'all the Lakers wasn't gonna make the playoffs 2 years ago. That's number one. That's number one. Number two. Did none of y'all have? Did none of y'all?
I ever heard in my life, Lamont.
Hold on. I'm coming back to Kyrie. I'm coming to Kyrie. I'm just telling how. I'm just telling y'all the reason I don't believe nothing.
Hold on, let McDev finish.
I'm just telling y'all the reason I don't believe nothing y'all saying because y'all all sound like Laker fans right now. Bro, the reason, first of all, Mark Cuban is a businessman, number one, and Luka is only 23, 24 years old. I personally do not think that I'm fin to give Kyrie Irving, who wants 4 years at the age of 31, 32, 33 years old, $200 million.
Man, hold on. Which age is it, bro? You just named 3 ages.
You said, bro, you skipped like 3 different years.
Hold on.
Come on,
McDev, you will be fired, dog.
Listen to me. Kyrie is in his 30s, correct?
He's only 30 years old.
Okay, so if I sign Kyrie to a 4-year deal, that means I have him for 31 years old, 32, 33. He's getting you understand he goes up in age, right?
Yeah, that's his prime.
So listen to me.
What's wrong with
you?
Listen
to me. I'm going to sit here and pay Kyrie Irving over $200 million, a max contract, and he's going to be 30 for a 31, 32, 33-year-old, 34-year-old Kyrie. Instead of giving $200 million away like that,
in the NBA now. Back then it was.
All I'm saying, instead of giving $200 million away like that, hold on. All I'm saying is instead of giving $200 million to Kyrie Irving in his 30s, I can look at other players like a Karis LeVert who's only 26. Like a D'Angelo Russell and some other players
have played in their 30s. Chauncey Billups, come on, bro.
Bro, there's two things that's gonna happen. They're not signing Kyrie. Either they're gonna listen. They're either gonna sign some free
guys can't play well in their 30s.
Bro, listen. I'm listening to these two things and I'm done, bro.
Now you campaign.
Let me just say two things and I'm done. They're either gonna.
Hold on, McDuff, you just completely deflected everything we said, bringing up something else. And also, you are not acknowledging history. I'm going to give you another history lesson about the Dallas Mavericks and free agency 2013. It does make nothing to do with today. They do not bring free agency in. They're a small market. You're acting like you don't understand that. But I'm going to give you another history lesson. 2013, the Dallas Mavericks tried to get Chris Paul and Dwight Howard. Both of them said no. Do you know who they brought in that year? Monte Ellis, Jose Colorado, Devin Harris, and Samuel Dallenberg. They're not getting nobody.
Yes, other players in free agency.
That's not Kyrie Irving.
Not big names.
That's not caliber talent, though. You can't get that in Dallas,
bro. You guys are ridiculous.
And
all right, y'all got it. But I'm gonna come back when fucking Kyrie goes somewhere and
you gotta take that chance when you're Dallas. That's what
you are a small market franchise.
Don't nobody want Kyrie for no 2
years. You gotta take that chance.
So why they trade for him then, fool?
So they can free up cap space, so they have max dollars to go into
cap
free
space to sign
agency.
Kyrie
Number
Irving.
one,
no, they're not trying to free up no cap
space.
Hold on, Lamont. Hold on, Lamont. Since you time out, Lamont. Since you got the computer and everything, and since you already listened to the interview, when they're gonna pay Kyrie's salary this year, okay. When Kyrie becomes a free agent, that they already moved off of Spencer Dinwiddie's contract, Vinny and Smith's contract, and now they moved off of Kyrie's contract. They are going to have max dollars this summer in 2023.
What free agent is available? That's not.
That's all I'm saying.
Hold on, Mac.
Again, there is no big. And again, I'm agreeing with you. No big name. I know James Harden. No.
Go ahead,
Russell Westbrook. No, they're not going to.
So they're gonna let Kyrie just walk away
free
after
agency.
4
They're
months.
not going to sign a star.
Keep Luka.
Magduff. Hold on, Magduff. Let's think about this for a second, right? Why were they not happy that Porzingis didn't work in Dallas?
I think because he was hurt and it wasn't a good fit with Luka.
No, they weren't happy it didn't work because they thought they had a legit second all-star next to Luka for the long term. That's the biggest struggle they've had, finding the right next all-star to put next to Luka. You don't take that.
It wasn't a good fit, Sean, and he was hurt. Porzingis is a good player. He's an all-star. Porzingis is an all-star caliber player.
Magduff, I'm not saying he's not. I'm saying it didn't work.
Correct.
And they wanted it to work in Dallas because he is an all-star, and they thought he and Luka would be their foundation for the next 10 years. It didn't work.
Correct.
Since they let him go, their thing has been, how do we put a legit second star next to Luka that makes Luka happy, that says we are competing to try to win titles during your age that you are now up until your prime. They don't want to go through what they went through with Dirk. You remember when they let Steve Nash go, they struggled. They did not find a legit second star next to Dirk. They got lucky and got Jason Kidd back toward the end of his prime and were able to get one. They don't want to go through that again as an organization.
Just to play devil's advocate, because I do agree with everything that you're saying. Technically, even when they did lose Steve Nash, they did retool that roster, and those 6 did go to the NBA Finals.
Right, yeah, and
they did do that, without Steve Nash. But
the thing, hold on. This is what I'm saying. Let's say, all right, let's say this for hypothetical speaking. Let's say the Mavericks are a first round exit. It doesn't work. They look trash with Kyrie. You're signing Kyrie to $200 million.
Because again, they're not going to base that
they took a chance
on this season. Just as Lamont said earlier.
What you mean? Oh wow.
But Magduff, think about it.
It shouldn't be surprising. Kyrie wouldn't do this otherwise.
Hold on, Magduff. I'll remind you of something. You remember when
one at a time.
Went to Brooklyn in the middle of the season, and everybody said, "Oh, wow, they got James Harden." Yada yada yada. And a lot of people kept saying that move is not just for this year. You got to give them an off season and a training camp to get all those guys together to see what they really can do. This is no different. You're not going to base whether or not you give a guy $200 million on 30 regular season games and the playoffs.
Nah,
you don't make a trade.
I don't believe.
But you know what though? Hey, Sean, I think this is what happened. I think Mark Cuban, when he sits down with Kyrie, I think he doesn't want Kyrie to feel handcuffed to the team by saying, "I want you to." Let's do a verbal, because we've seen players do verbal agreements at the end of the season, verbal agreements to a max extension. But I think he's basically saying, look, let's see if it works out. Because basketball wise, if you don't like it here, I don't want you to be tied into some verbal agreement with me that you're going to stay to some extension. Go to a team that you see fit. But if it does work, I believe he's going to say, if it works, we got $198 million max extension sitting here for you. Much more than what any other team can offer you. And so I think he's opening the door for Kyrie to feel the freedom of, if it works, you feel free to stay. We got the max deal for you. If it doesn't, go ahead and go somewhere else. But I believe they are going to offer him the max. And that's because I see this. I believe it will show some signs of success in the playoffs. It's going to be a hard tandem to guard. Luka and Kyrie are arguably the 2 hardest players in the NBA to defend, and you got them on one team now. Like like you might beat them in the playoffs, but it's going to take a hellified effort. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I think the Warriors are going to struggle. I think that I realistically, I can see that being a 6 or 7 game series now.
And McDuff wasn't understanding the fact of, like, bro, this is Dallas. They don't sign him. But I had to go back through the list of every player Dallas signed. I think the biggest star that I seen name-wise, if you don't count their age, if you count their age, is Monte Ellis. That's the best player they ever signed before.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Like, stop it, bro. You got to Kyrie Irving. You take that chance. And then also Kyrie Irving going to an organization with the Mavericks where Mark Cuban showed that he will be vocal enough to support his players. And he will pay his players. He have the money. So if any place Kyrie Irving should stay would be Dallas.
It's a good fit. My other thing is, though, I mean, are we comparing what Luka and Kyrie could do to what LeBron and Kyrie used to do? Are y'all also begging on that?
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I just trust Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd was a mastermind with the Lakers.
Gotcha.
He's been a mastermind with what he's done with this Dallas team with limited options around Luka, and now you give it the more weapons you give Jason Kidd. I mean, he's proven that if you give it to him, he's gonna maximize it. He's maximized every potential player. He maximized Brunson. He maximized Finney Smith. He maximized Maxi Cleveland. Those guys.
Giannis too, back in the day with the
Bucks. So now you giving him Kyrie. If the trend continues, he's gonna maximize, and they're gonna be a tough out.
And don't sleep on Nico Harrison's involvement in this. Nico Harrison and Kyrie relationship go back to Nike. One of the big issues that Kyrie had was the front office and the ownership in Brooklyn. He's going to a better front office and ownership situation in Dallas. He's not going to make an emotional decision and be like, well, I was here for 30 games, and no, you know what? The only team that can offer me max money is Detroit. So I'm going to go to Detroit. Like, come on. Like, he's looking for the right situation. This is a good situation for him.
It's a great situation.
Now, I got a question for the panel. So if Kyrie and Luka are in the playoffs, like they're going crazy, like they're just tearing teams down left and right. But all of a sudden, Kyrie Irving, he suffers some kind of injury in the playoffs and leaves Luka out there by himself. Do you, as a Mavericks fan, would you want to still extend Kyrie?
Yeah.
Really?
What was your question again?
No, I'm saying if
Kyrie. Everybody.
Oh no, what I was saying.
My bad, brother Omari Juma. What you got on this? Let me let him jump in on this. He just pulled up.
Yeah, my bad, brother. I'm gonna be real quick because I just kind of hopped on. I seen y'all was jumping on McDuff. I do want to shoot McDuff a little slight bail because right now I'm in Dallas and I was watching Dave McMahon this morning. I don't know if Kyrie came in for his physical yet or not at that point, so things could change. But from what he was saying, obviously y'all know Dave from he's the reporter for Dallas. He was saying as far as the parameters about extending Kyrie or not, I don't think there's no set agreement really. You know, I think there's just an understanding of both sides are filling each other out. I think there is obviously they want to move forward, Dallas, because they don't want to lose their asset, but they're not stronghold to losing them either because it do give them flexibility. Obviously, that's not the route they want to go, but they're not stronghold to like we got to keep giving the $200 million. And I think there's still a prevailing thought in the organization that he might have his eye still set somewhere else. It just, I think Lamont said it earlier. It's a test run for both sides, and we're gonna feel each other out. And if everything goes well, we'll put the offer on the table. But but I don't think Dallas, from Dave's reporting, I don't think Dallas feel 100% confident that if they even put the money on the table, that he'll take it. Because again, he's not being straightforward or for out what he clearly wants. Like, we think this is the money, we all believe it's the money, right? From his agents, dealings and whatnot, but they don't still have that verbal from him that this is what we want. As long as you get that to me, I'm here. I think there's still some other factors that'll go with it. But I do know, I think his daughter or girlfriend or a wife or somebody lives out here in Dallas or somewhere in Texas. So those are things that's in their favor. But Kyrie is a guy that once he has his mind made about something, don't matter what you do.
And brother Mark Juma, I think what Mark Cuban's doing, because the reports very quickly came out that said that Dallas, they are not 100% on giving them an extension yet. I think that was a smart move on Dallas's end because if you know Kyrie, he doesn't like to be controlled. You don't force him into like you don't want to start immediately demanding stuff from him as soon as he gets there. Agree to extension. Will you sign a max contract before he's even played a game? Keep his freedom. Don't control him early. Allow him to be him right now. Just allow him to focus on basketball. The money and the basketball stuff always is going to work itself out. If it looks good, I guarantee you, if they make a run, if they get to the Western Conference Finals, and if they get lucky enough to get to the finals, I just don't see him leaving that. Because winning is one thing that will keep a player somewhere, even if they're disgruntled, even if they don't like it. And so
we talking about Kyrie though.
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait. Y'all look once again. Y'all just completely missed over what bro just clearly said. He said, first of all, Mark Cuban's one of the best businessmen in the league. Why you think he said he's handled it a certain way? Because he obviously looked at how Kyrie Irving has been handled. He don't like being controlled. So the smart thing to do was, look, we ain't gonna control you. You and Luka work it out. But at the end of the season, just know. We gonna give you the 4 years you want, and we can give you the most money you possibly can get. And you just play with Luka. It don't look that bad over here, but you want to leave, take money off the table. Hey, that's on you.
And it's still a win-win for Dallas. It's still a win-win for Dallas because at the end of the day, the secondary option is they have a ton of cap space to work with, and they can walk away from it telling Luka, "We tried.
We tried.
Thank you. We tried."
Yeah, exactly.
So they can always tell. Look, Luka won't. If Luka can't, excuses, they ain't got me no help.
It won't be a LeBron situation.
The Lakers fan, stop saying Kyrie Irving so loyal to the Lakers. If that was the case, he would have went to the Lakers over the Nets.
Yeah, and also, I mean, they could.
He literally said Mark Cuban businessman, and disregard that Mark Cuban can actually get Kyrie stay just on the sentiment that he's a good businessman. So Mac Dep, you just double talk. You said he was a businessman, and then he can't get Kyrie to sign for 4 years. Like, which one is it, bro?
I said he can.
I'm saying before that.
I'll answer Swish after what Sean got to say. Go,
I was just saying, I mean, and again, the worst case scenario, if he doesn't want to be there, they get the cap space, but they could also use him in the sign and trade as well. So they have options. But
that's what I was going to get ready to say. I didn't know if they could.
It's a win-win.
But we know how that sign and trade handicaps teams. So it depends too.
That's not what they necessarily want to do. Obviously, they want to re-sign him long term. You don't make this deal and give up what you gave up, not to want to have a long term relationship with this guy. They want to have a relationship with him.
Why nobody not talking about Morris being traded either? Like, that's a good pickup too. It ain't but
he's injured though, right?
Yeah, he on the end of the bench.
I forgot they got Morris too.
But I got a question for the panel. Do you think Dallas is done making moves? I heard about Miles Turner, talks. If they get a stretch big or another addition, are they a lock?
Who they gonna give up though? That's what I'm saying. Who they gonna give up?
And plus, Miles Turner had.
Hold on, don't Miles Turner got poison pill now?
No, because it's
he definitely just got an extension.
Yeah. No, he definitely didn't.
He's a 2-year extension, so he's still trade eligible.
Yeah, how much they ain't got enough. They ain't got enough to give up. For
hold on, was it an extension or did they just modify his contract? I thought it was something weird.
Unless you want to give up like Christian Wood, then
Christian Wood,
I don't
Josh
see it.
Green.
They actually did both of them. They modified
Christian Wood is their best asset right now,
but they added a 2-year extension to it. So just because it's a 2-year extention, he is still trade eligible.
Jesus.
No, but who would they give up?
Don't want to trade.
Kyrie already
can't trade
on the team.
Assets, bro.
Hey, hold on. One Coopy got a good question. I don't know this answer to this. She said,
Kyrie already on the team, so Mark Cuban don't.
Hold on, Swish.
You gotta let her read the question first.
Hold on. She says, don't the Mavs get some kind of cash exceptions? All right. Hold on. Let me mute him. So she says, don't the Mavs got some type of cash exceptions if Kyrie doesn't sign an extension? Plus, he can't sign anything until June 30th. And I know he can't sign anything till June 30th, but we've seen players and teams agree to that extension, and then they'll sign on that date. So they can come to a verbal agreement if they want to do it early. But I just think Dallas is like, look, we don't want you to commit to anything right now, especially if you don't know what it's like playing one game here. Let's play it out. Let's see how it looks. If the vibe is right when it's over with, let's sign. We got the max for you. If it's not right, you're free to go. And potentially they could both do themselves favors by doing the sign and trade, just like KD did when he left the Warriors. Did him a favor on the way out the door, sign and trade. They got pieces that they got back for KD helped them win another championship.
Yep. So Dallas in a win-win situation.
Yeah, they in a win. Yeah. They really can't lose.
Wow.
Yeah. But I just don't think they're going to keep Kyrie. I just think they go the other route.
They flipped Russell for Wiggins.
And the pick that turned out to be Kuminga.
So they flipped it. They flipped that trade into a championship pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Because when they got Russell, nobody thought that Russell would be there long term. Everybody knew that he would be on the trade block as soon as they could find a good trade, and they ended up getting a steal.
Right.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
So how do you think the Nets organization handled this, Lamar? You think they messed up not extending Kyrie and getting more for him, or do you think they got?
No, the Nets did offer an extension, but they wanted to be petty with Kyrie and put a whole bunch of stipulations on the extension for him to get to his money. And so again, for me, that's just another layer of disrespect. Where obviously Kyrie's made it hard on you guys. So we understand why you would want to be petty in his contract talks. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, when you get petty with all-stars, they get petty back. And so Kyrie played hardball with him. You want to be petty? Well, trade me. Trade me when KD's playing his best basketball, when it looks like you guys might be in the playoff hunt, go ahead and trade me then. So then he put him in a very compromising situation. So they played hardball, and he had the joker in his pocket. He had to. They had the ace of spade. He had the big joker. He hit him with the big joker.
I would have been done traded Kyrie. That's just me.
Is anybody surprised that we came to this conclusion?
No.
I think the writing was on the wall one way or another. Like I don't. Me personally, from the conversations in these YouTube streams that I've been around, I don't think nobody truly expected Kyrie to be with these Nets past this year.
Especially the Lakers. The only thing surprising.
Yeah, but I don't know. I thought his relationship with the Nets was contingent on KD. I always felt like they were only there for each other. I don't think neither one of them much cared about the organization.
Nope,
yeah.
they didn't.
KD wanted to go there. He wanted to go to the Nets.
Again, that's why I thought when KD made his feelings known about wanting to be traded last year. Obviously, his contract is a little different. He don't have as much control as Kyrie. But at that point, that told me that it was a matter of time. And when I was one of the people beating down the door that the Nets would trade KD, which they didn't, I said, well, if you don't trade him now, inevitably you will trade him at some point. You're just kicking the can down the road. Now, even if you don't, obviously they're not gonna get a trade done by Thursday. But me personally, either this offseason or by next trade deadline, they're going to move KD because I don't see them keeping KD, particularly if they don't win. Now, I know Lamont, I think I heard a little bit earlier you said that there's a possibility based on matchup that they can make some noise in the playoffs. We'll see. I guess that will tell a lot, but that's contingent on an if that I don't know if nobody really believe in. It's a possible, but it's not probable. So with that going forward, I was just saying at some point KD is going to be gone, and the relationship has been petty. I mean, once you go in and ask for your coach and general manager to get fired, the professionalism is out the door at that point. It's about who can get the cards to stack in their favor to get what they want before it's all said and done. And that's what we at right now. Now what KD, what type of leverage can he get to get what he wants at some point? That's the next domino to fall.
I mean, have we actually heard from KD on these comments about the whole Kyrie trade? Does anybody know?
Nope. Hold on, let me hear from Uncle Pete. What you been hearing about this? I know you've been hearing chatter. You out there? I think you out there in Texas, if I'm not mistaken. What chatter are you hearing out there?
Hold on. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I had my phone muted. Yeah, I just heard that if Kyrie does not sign, there's some kind of exception that the Mavs get if he walks and goes to another team. I forgot how much money that it was, but it's publicized that it's definitely some money that he gets. I mean that they get. Plus, like you say, all the other points you guys already pointed out, but I didn't hear anybody talk about the cash exception.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
They do get cap space if he walks. One cool P. How much it'll be will depend on what they do with Reggie Bullock and with JaVale McGee's contracts after this season.
I didn't hear that there was a contingency, except that it was a set dollar. It was a set dollar amount that they get if Kyrie don't sign an extension. It didn't have no contingency on anybody else. It just depended on what he did.
Right. Yeah. It's just a matter of whether or not it'd be max salary cap space or not, based on those other two things. But they'll have space.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, I think that the Mavericks would be in a very good position if Kyrie walks. It's not the end of the world. They still got like a plan A, B, and C for this, and all of them, none of them are bad options.
I just think Kyrie walking and them having the cap space to me is the better option. But keeping Kyrie, and if it works, that'll be cool too. I just think they go the other route.
I like back there, but we were trying to understand it. Like, I get you personally saying, yeah, Kyrie Irving is a headache, but when you in a situation that like you are of the Dallas Mavericks, where it's hard to get stars, you have to take that risk. They took the risk of trading for Rondo before. Remember, he was a pain in the ass. It didn't work, so they just let him go and moved on. But you have to take that risk. Rondo wasn't going to no Dallas any other way. Chris Paul didn't want to go into Dallas. Like I said, the biggest guy they actually signed for it was DeAndre Jordan. And remember, they lost on DeAndre Jordan the first time they tried to get him.
And it's not even just with the Mavericks being a small market team. I mean, you gotta look back to a lot of other small market teams in the past that just couldn't build properly around a star player. I mean, with Paul George in Indiana, for example, they said they were going to get the best power forward in the league.
Anthony Davis. You can say the names.
Yeah,
we know it's Anthony
yeah, exactly. Davis. Okay, yeah. So Anthony Davis, for example, and think about Paul George and Anthony Davis. I mean, but that small market team was unable to sign them for X amount of reasons. It's the same shit with LeBron in Cleveland. His first stint. So it's a lot. So it's a lot for a small market teams. You gotta take more of that gamble when you have a superstar player, and Luka is their superstar player.
And then you look at some big market teams like the Nets. The Nets luckily got Kyrie Irving and KD. They picked to go there. The Knicks have a hard time signing people. So and then they even got an owner in Mark Cuban who's willing to spin the bag, and they cannot get nobody. So you'll be a fool not to take that chance, dog.
No, I don't see. I personally, I don't think Kyrie and I think they could be a problem only because of Luka, but I don't see them.
Like Kyrie Irving, a bum. Kyrie Irving's been.
Facts. You see what he does in the NBA Finals.
I don't see the Mavericks getting out the West. You
never seen Kyrie Irving play with a ball dominant player like LeBron, Harden. Like we just seen him next to guys that dominates the ball.
I'm not questioning Kyrie. I'm not questioning Kyrie as a basketball player. I'm saying as a team and what you want to do. You went to the Western Conference Finals last year. If you don't make it to the Western Conference Finals this year, it's a fail.
But if any team overachieves, if any team can overachieve, it's a team with Luka and Kyrie.
Yep.
But
they've shown that they can overachieve without Kyrie. You got Kyrie now.
I think y'all hoping
because the Mavericks definitely overachieved last year. Don't say that we just expected them to make it to the Western Conference Finals.
I picked Luka versus. I picked
everyone.
Nobody had Dallas going to the Western Conference Finals. Then nobody had Dallas going to the Western Conference Finals, but I picked Luka. I picked Luka to beat the Phoenix Suns, and I said it's at least going 7.
No, but listen, we can agree Luka would have been the best player on the floor. There's no question about that. But no one realistically had Dallas beating a 64-win Suns team.
And everybody
did nobody.
And we all thought the Suns were fried, so we still said the Suns was going to be because we thought Luka couldn't get done back.
Because we thought the pieces around them were just better.
I picked Luka. I don't know. Man, I think with the trade.
Why you acting like
what do I got a lie for?
You made the greatest pick of all time. Man, stop it, man.
Because as much as you bragged about being,
that wasn't the greatest pick
I know you capped because as much as you brag when you get something right, you'll still be bragging about I remember I told y'all the Mavericks made it West Conference Finals.
I didn't say that. I said I picked Luka, and I said it's at least going 7 because you got to go 7 to take out Luka. That's what I said. The best pick that I picked in the playoffs was the Clippers versus Luka when Lamont bet me $10 and I won. That was the best pick of all time.
What? Hold on.
Wait, hold up. Mac Def.
Clippers. Why would I take the Clippers?
No,
and why just $10?
You picked the Mavericks. You didn't pick the Clippers with your dumb ass. You picked Luka.
Oh man. All right. Yeah. Well, I see that. I definitely wouldn't bet with the Clippers.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, you did not pick Dallas to beat Phoenix, man. Stop the cap.
Come on,
Go
man.
ahead.
No, listen,
Go ahead,
it's
Swizz.
fine
Go
to say
ahead,
you
Swizz.
did it. It's okay, Mac.
I did.
I just don't
I'm not gonna sit here and
Hey,
lie.
did you pick Golden State to win the championship too?
Yeah, who won? Yes. Who said I didn't?
Wait, hold
Like
up.
that.
What year?
Don't forget about our bet, nigga.
Hold on. Time out. Hold on, brother. Who I got a bet on with besides Anti and SB?
No, it's me and Anti. I don't know why you said SB. I said me.
SB did. I thought I bet SB $50 that the Golden State would
No,
make
you
it
bet
out
me.
west.
You bet me $50. You bet me $50. You bet Anti $100.
Like you making up bets now. You ain't
Okay. I thought it was SB $50. So it was you. Okay, cool then, Sturdy. Yeah, I got yes. I put bets on mine. That's what I'm saying. I bet on my picks, bro. I still got the Warriors making it out of the West.
But
And
Lamar,
they
we got we got a net supporter in the house, man. He got to give his take on it, man.
Who's that? Who's the Nets supporter?
Joe Bond, man.
Oh, Joe Bond pulled up. What's good, Joe
I
Bond?
know that boy. Sick as a dog.
Oh yeah, you was just bragging about the Nets the other day too, and then everything fell apart on you in the last 48 hours. Man.
Sick as a dog, boy.
What up, my good brother Joe Bond?
Yeah, man, get it out. Get it out.
Hold on, hey,
Get
your
it
mic
out.
is messed up, man.
Look, his mic functioning. We got to play in the arms of an angel.
Them tears on them tears messed up his mic.
Hold on, let me get in and get out.
Yeah, that boy sound like he underwater of tears, boy. He is tears hurt. Imagine having James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and KD and still do nothing. That's tough.
I'm so sorry.
Dog, SB. They only won 7 playoff games.
That's tough.
That's it.
Hey, all you Net fans, don't come out the door, don't hide and don't claim, because there was a lot of Net fans coming out the woodwork like cockroaches in a trap house.
And
Y'all
Nets
better stay
fans-
outside, the light on. We need to see. Make sure y'all stay fans. Stay fans.
And Nets
y'all
fans
see.
really think that they won the James Harden trade. That's the crazy part. Y'all niggas really think y'all really thought y'all won that Ben Simmons trade.
Nah, they got fleeced.
That's crazy to me.
But they had no choice. There's some place he was gonna go.
It's still funny.
That's ugly though. That's tough. They won 7 playoff games together. Hey, but this is a conversation. I think I said this already. I don't know if I said it to you, Lamondo, but I think people need to everybody be so quick to discredit Bron about him like joining up and making teams. Look at the Nets. It ain't as easy as y'all think it is. It ain't as easy as y'all think it is. Everybody be quick. Yeah, it's so easy to win when you just join up and it ain't that easy.
About that one.
I don't actually win. Oh, hold on, Joe Bond. I see you in the backstage. I'm about to let you in. My bad.
It actually winning ain't that easy. So I don't want to. Everybody might have to like get rid of that narrative.
Man, yes, it is. I don't want to hear that.
No. You can't just put guys together and think that is gonna work. Come on, bro. Don't do that.
Don't lie. We don't gotta lie now, McDuff. You capping hard today, bro.
I can give you a
bunch
bunch
y'all
of
got Dallas in the Western Conference Finals, right?
No,
with Kyrie, right?
No, we're not talking about that though.
They
failed super teams.
They might go to the finals. Yeah.
Hold on, why is this such a stretch for you, Magdev?
You said what?
Why is it such a stretch for you to believe they could be in the Western Conference Finals again this year?
They can.
The West is wide open.
I don't think they got significantly better as a team. I'd never questioned Kyrie Irving as a basketball player.
You can hear me?
Luka and Kyrie.
Yeah, you good,
I don't think they meshed. I don't think it's a good combo. I don't think they meshed together. Talent wise, they're off the charts.
Would you say that Luka and Kyrie is a top 5 duo in the league, guard duo?
What I'm saying is them two together don't mesh correctly on the basketball
we
court
don't know what they
with
mesh
their other teamates.
It's
not 2-on-5, bro. It's not going to be one-on-one.
Let me let Joe Biden get his take.
Go ahead.
What's good, man? What's good, man?
What's good, Joe? Hold on, Joe Biden. When I hear
You
this, I gotta
good,
put you
bro?
on the big screen, man.
we got we gotta check on our mental health nowadays. You good?
I'm good, man. I'm chilling, man. Like the name says, man, for the love of the sport, man. I could care less, man. It happens, man. But it's crazy. It's real dope.
Hold on, wait. You ain't got a dog in the ring, but you bet on the Nets' success.
Yeah,
bro, you were just talking greasy about the Nets on a show like 2 shows ago.
I'll bet
like 3 days
on any
ago.
series. I'll bet on any series. What do you mean?
No. But you said my
nigga, that was last 7 days, nigga.
What was the last 7 days?
This past week.
What was I saying?
You was bigging up the Nets.
Bro, last time I came on the stream, we were talking about Scottie Pippen. What are you talking about?
Bro, the other day you said my Nets. You said my Nets is back or something like that.
You come on,
Joe
man.
Bond, stop
Run the
acting like you're
tape.
not a Brooklyn Nets fan on these channels.
Run the
bro.
tape, man. Run the tape.
Show me the receipts.
You done
Run
jump
the tape,
shit.
man. I've always claimed I don't got
I'm
a
gonna
dog
find
in
it
the
on
ring.
it was on the last stream. It was at the very end of the stream. I'm gonna pull it up.
So run the tape. That's easy. You know exactly where it is. You could timestamp that.
I ain't gonna mess with Joe Bond. Joe Bond sound like a mafia boss.
Nah, but like I said, y'all know I supported the Nets, but to say that's my team, nah, I've never claimed that. Of course.
No, that's why I said you was a Nets supporter.
You be putting money on the Nets though, don't lie.
Yeah. I put money up on any series though, Mac. That don't matter.
Hold on, we gonna stop all. Joe Bond, don't you got a page?
Yeah.
What's the name of your page?
For the love of the sport.
Hey, somebody got background noise, man. Can y'all mute your background?
Put your YouTube link in the private chat real quick. I need to do some investigating real quick. It's just a second.
Hold on, let me see.
Hey, Elder put LeBron James at number 9 all time.
Boy,
really?
All right, go ahead. I just wanted to say that.
Is this his new? Is this his new top 10?
Yeah, this is new top 10. Lamont, you gotta make a video, my nigga.
Hey, look, I'm telling y'all what. No, hold on. This is all my doing because it's based on you, FYF. As soon as I called out his logic, he had to redo everything. Now he's trying to be consistent, but then it's just full of flaws, man. It's just full of flaws.
He just skip Bayless right now.
Lamont. Did you, bro? Did you see what he said about fucking Bill Russell, my nigga? That shit.
Nah,
that shit was disgusting, my nigga.
You got Bill Russell 5,
yeah, so
right?
He got Russell number 5.
Hold on, that's like highly elevated off his original list
because he didn't have Bill Russell in the top 10.
Now, no,
he was
Bill's number 5. No, Bill's number 5. Wilt was number 6, and he said the guy that changed his perspective on that era was low.
Of course.
What?
Of course. No. My thing is, he had Wilt above Bill Russell, but he valued winning. So,
no, he got Bill Russell in front of Wilt Chamberlain.
No, he got Bill Russell. He got Bill Russell above Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah, but just the other day he had Wilt over Bill Russell.
No, he talking about before.
Oh, you talking about before? Okay, before.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm saying is,
before,
back then he had said that he valued winning, and I'm like, okay, bet, cool, I understand that, but these are guys that played in the same era, and one has 11 chips, one has 2. Make it make sense, and you value winning.
That's what I said. Hold on, let me give a shout out. Let me give a shout out to Hitman X in the Cash App. Hitman X said, he says, I guess I'm gonna support because y'all capping for Luka, man. So Hitman thinks we are just capping for Luka Doncic right now.
Hey, I'll be mad if Luka whooped that ass. I'll be mad too.
Exactly.
Come on, y'all. Watch
For those who don't know,
I'm sorry,
Hitman.
Whoop that butt.
Hold on. For those who don't know, Hitman is a Suns homer. So that loss they took, that embarrassing ass whooping they took from Mavs last year, it still don't sit right with them.
Hey, they only lost 7 games. They only lost 7 games. Man, y'all all right?
I gotta cut it down.
Say nigga. That's all. Gotta say nigga.
I really don't even want that being said. I don't even want that.
I gotta get Edison something he said this morning though, which I kind of agree with, unrelated to this part, but it about that Utah Jazz packet. I think he convinced me that that's a good package. The Lakers can go out there. Like, I don't think they should be totally upset about missing out on Kyrie. If they can get the package he was talking about,
I agree.
If he can get that package he was talking about, which is Vanderbilt, Beasley, and Mike Conley for Russ in the first rounder, I'd do it.
Wait,
hold on.
what?
Let me get to Sony. Hold on. We got to get to the super chat.
Go ahead.
Prioritize. Sony says, and he says, nah, Elder has made his bed and is lying next to TikTok TV. He said it's obvious to any of us who follow these channels and their talking points, people Elder is associating with all hate LeBron, man. But man, that's a tough statement right there, man. That's a tough. Sony in the super chat watching from FYF Sports Live, man. Appreciate that, Sony. What do y'all think about that, man? We got to address it. Sony was willing to super chat it, so we got to address it.
It's just the whole 9 thing. Like I just don't understand with LeBron.
Yeah, Curry at 8.
Yep,
Exactly
I can understand that.
Yep.
I can see Curry at 8. I can see that.
Hold on, he put Curry over LeBron?
Wait, Mike,
yeah,
joking,
yeah. Curry is at 8.
I can see him at 8.
Oh, no. I caught the end of that before I got on. I literally walked in and I was saying he was like, I got Curry over Bron because he dominated Bron in his own area. And I literally came up his and you was like, I left right after he said that. I was like, yeah,
I left.
No,
right
hold on, Nuno. Please tell me he did not say that, Nuno. Please tell me.
Yeah, he
so
did.
By that logic, Jason Tatum is better than Giannis because he's 3-1 against him.
Yeah.
Hold on, you never heard him say that, Lamont? The whole
but he said
saying that.
So he must have Tatum. He must have Tatum.
It's not logic, bro. It's just entertainment, bro. It ain't logic.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
LeBron ain't on no steroids. That's just
they drug test the players.
You got the whole players' choice saying there, basically.
It's entertainment, man.
Wow.
He not on roids though. They drug test them players too much for him to be on.
Yeah,
LeBron couldn't get away with it if they wanted to.
Especially now that he's older, he's probably getting drug tested a ton.
I was listening to Citizen Lou's channel last night too. Some boys said that
I'll react to it. NBA
LeBron was on steroids too.
What's the benefit of putting that out there though on that platform like that?
I mean, they
just ridiculous.
Just to put it out there.
Well, you know when LeBron had that night against Atlanta on his birthday, they was like, "Why he didn't get tested then?"
Look, y'all, to stay when I this is what I've understand about the steroid accusation because it's unfounded and there's no proof behind it. It's actually a backhanded compliment, meaning that what you're seeing from LeBron is so great. The only way you can explain it is by just assuming he's on some type of supplement that's just making him be otherworldly. Even though we know that we could give Elder those same supplements and he would still be dragging on the basketball court or just still be just as trash. Like these people just say
he showed us
things.
his rec league trophy, man. He showed his rec league trophy and tried to verify that with that player today got low IQ because he won in the rec league at 45 years old. Man, that shit was crazy over there, man. I had to. I
gotta go look at this league you was playing in. First of all, there's no way at 45 years coming to any league that I'm in.
D1 overseas players, and
he's doing nothing.
Brother O'Brien Jr., anybody that's played some of these rec leagues ain't no joke. If you, I got a few out here in Phoenix. I promise you. I know NBA guys that's struggling in some of these rec leagues out here. If you telling me, ain't no 45-year-old coming in.
Yeah,
I just know
not even getting on the court, man. Stop this.
It's a 40 and over rec league.
He gotta be.
Yeah, but they wasn't no bigger rec league.
He said it's pros, D1, all that.
Lies, bro. No, bro. Anybody that hoops knows that's cap, bro. That's cap. That's lies, bro. No way in hell. No way.
The
only 45-year-olds that are still hooping, like you talking about players like Coutinho Mobley's. There was another guy, he played in the league. I forget
Steven
his name.
Jackson was in the big three.
He's a 7-footer. But bro, these leagues ain't, if you get into that had to be just a completely garbage league. That's all it was.
He showed us his trophy to verify, man. It's him.
Jamal Crawford to still get out there and crawl.
I'm joking, man.
Absolutely, man.
Absolutely. I'm joking, man.
Hey, that rec league trophy counts, man. All right. Counts, man.
I guess that church league I was in about 10 years ago count too.
That's what your resume, my boy. Right to the Basketball Hall of Fame.
It said he had to play in some church socks, man. It was hard out there.
Man. Anybody, bro, I'm not gonna do I know some of these leagues ain't as serious as NBA or what, but these pro-am leagues and some of these other leagues like the Drew League, they is not cupcake leagues, bro. Ain't no 45-year-old just walking into the Drew League or some of these like really tough leagues, and you just because he said D1 guys in pro, so I'm assuming it's similar to that of like the Drew, some of the Seattle pro-ams and whatnot, some of the ones we have here in the Phoenix Open pro-ams, bro. It's just that just don't happen, bro. Bro, you gotta come with game, bro.
Man,
You gotta have game.
Games you're not gonna get in, man.
Bro, just the other day, man, I'm talking about. Before I hurt my hand, I'm talking about there was some dude he played at Mississippi State. I'm talking about nobody heard of him. He like a little 5'6" guard, and just out of the blue, just unstoppable, looking like the next coming to Michael Jordan out there. Don't miss a shot, can't stop him, can't stay in front of him. It's just, I mean, you run into players because it's a ton of good players all around. For whatever reason, some guys just don't make it, but when they get into these leagues, they will cook. And I've yet to see a 45 to 50-year-old come into one of these leagues and cook.
Never.
No way.
I mean, the skill is crazy. Crazy. I'm not going to lie to you
on
that.
Bro. Anybody that still hoops knows that that's just a cap statement.
No.
Yo, Lamar, quick question. Do you think Lonzo Ball is a bust right now?
No, I mean, yes. Injuries can make you a bust. So right now, I mean, the injuries have derailed his career, and unfortunately, that's the label that's going to get attached to him if he don't have a serious comeback in his career. That's just the label that gets associated with you, even if injuries take you out.
I'm not a fan of that. Honestly, I think if your body fails you, I don't think that means you're a bust. I just think your body just fails you. I think you're a bust if you can't play. I think Anthony Bennett is a bust. He can't play. But I don't think Greg Oden is a bust because his body failed him.
Yeah, but I don't see the thing when I say bust. I don't necessarily look at this word bust as negative connotation. To me, it just means something prevented you from living up to your expectations, right? And that's all it means. And I think people have taken this bust term, and then now all of a sudden it's just the most negative thing in the world because something that we align it with like Kwame Brown and stuff like that, and this, Stephen A. Smith. But I just think it just means something prevented you from living up to what everybody presumed you would be, whether it's injury, whether it's off the court, whether it's on the court, not getting opportunities, whether it's just you yourself, something prevented you from being the Hall of Famer, all-star caliber player that we thought you were. Whatever it was, that's what makes you a bust. And I don't think it's as negative as what some people make it out to be.
Right.
I'm coming off the top rope. Somebody say Derrick Rose is bust.
How many years would that be accountable for? Meaning, like, how many years would he have to play in order to not be called a bust? Or like, what kind of?
No, I'm just saying, like for example, like with Grant Hill, there was extremely high expectations of Grant Hill, but injuries derailed it. But what was he able to do? He made whatever he had left in the tank. He was able to make the most of it, and that's why we don't associate it with him, because he was able to come back from them injuries and then be fairly significant on some competitive teams, even with the injuries. And so there's ways you can redeem it and bring it back. But with Lonzo, there was so much was expected of Lonzo coming out, man. I'm talking about you had the Magic hyping him up, talking about his jersey, he's going to be in the banners. I mean, there was a lot of hype behind him, and he hasn't lived up to any of it yet.
Wait, so Lamont,
not his fault.
What about Brandon Roy, Lamont? Brandon Roy.
Or Derrick Rose.
But with Brandon Roy,
I'm coming off the top rope.
I believe coming out of Washington, I don't believe that hype was behind his name. I think Brandon Roy,
that's a fact,
turned himself into it. But coming out of college, nobody was saying Brandon Roy's the next up. I think Brandon Roy started showing people he was that guy once he started playing, but there was no high-level expectation on him.
That's a fact.
Derrick Rose is a Hall of Famer, nigga. You better not mention Derrick Rose and bust in the same sentence.
That's why I'm asking the question.
But it's hard to say a guy. It's hard to say a guy that won an MVP is a bust, because
Derrick Rose not a bust.
He showed he already hit the pinnacle. Getting the MVP is damn near a pinnacle achievement award in the NBA. It don't get no higher. So he was an MVP. It's going to be hard to associate bust with an MVP.
He's not a Hall of Famer though, Mac.
I'm gonna drop kick somebody if they say Derrick Rose.
It's too easy to make the Hall of Fame now. He's going to make the Hall of Fame.
He's going to make the Hall of Fame. Tracy McGrady made the Hall of Fame.
If Tracy McGrady and Grant Hill made it, if Tracy McGrady and Grant Hill made it,
man, fuck Tracy McGrady.
Nigga, fuck you.
Rico said
why y'all, bro?
Hey,
Y'all got
why
to
is
Bill Walton?
y'all got to
made- Bill
cussing,
Walton
bro?
made the Hall of Fame.
Because he won championship on top of that, my boy.
Bill won the MVP with chips, and he got a
Grant
college
Hill.
career. What you
Grant
talking
Hill
about?
There
made
goes
the Hall of
Hato
Fame.
chips.
So Tracy
Grant Hill
McGrady,
ain't
Hall of
Hill, but
Hold on. Let me just
Rose,
say something.
all
Bill Walton did more than Derrick Rose.
Hold on. So we got
Hey,
we got Chris
hold
Webber,
on. Let's do
Tracy
this, y'all. Hold
McGrady,
on, y'all.
Grant
Mac
Hill.
Def, hold on, my bad. I'm going to cut y'all off. Hold on. I need to make sure because there's a very important topic. I'm gonna be starting another stream up in a few hours. It's something I really want to touch on. It's an NBA story that's coming out, but we could touch on all these topics and more later. I'm gonna be setting up another stream, so make sure y'all tune back in here in a couple hours when I go live again. We gonna be starting up another stream. I want to see y'all take on this next topic. So I'm gonna we're going on 4 hours. We're going a little bit over time on this one. I'm gonna go ahead and shut this one down. I definitely appreciate y'all pulling up, man. Just to get that Kyrie conversation out the way. So make sure y'all check out SB Talk Sports. SB, what's your TikTok name again? Did you change your TikTok name or is it the same?
It's TikTok still SB Talk Sports, but the YouTube Real Takes Over Fake Debates though.
Okay,
SB,
Real
I dropped
Takes
my
Over
link in there too.
Fake Debates.
Oh yeah, I
And
went
then,
live on TikTok. That link was busting. I ain't gonna hold you.
So, you had 1,000 followers already on TikTok?
Yeah, I'm almost at 3. I just went live on TikTok. Had like 600 people. 600
man,
people
I gotta
right now.
level up like you, man. I gotta
get like you on the tube. We get like you on the tube.
Hey, I'm on.
You see, I stitched your video as soon as you made one. You know, I had to get you.
Yeah,
in there,
hey, I'm gonna be pretty soon here. Start next week. I mean, if I have a couple people signed up already, but I'm gonna be doing courses. I'm gonna do a stream probably over the next coming days, just talking about my YouTube revenue, how much I make, things like that. Okay. And so I'll be doing one-on-one courses with people.
I need to get in on that.
If it just to kind of show you some of the things that I did to get to where I'm at now. I mean, like I said, 73,000 is, it's not I'm not Mr. Beast or anything, but I think once you get over 50, I think that's when you start to look at this like it's a 9-to-5 job. You can really start to lock in on it. So I'll be putting y'all watch the community post. I'm gonna be putting that out there. I'll be doing one-on-one courses with people. For anybody interested in signing up for those courses, the opportunity will be there. Hold on, one Coop had a message on the way out. She said, "Listen up." She said, "I need everyone on the panel and chatters to listen." And listeners, $10. Hold on. She says, challenge right now. FYF Sports. She says, please put your YouTube name in the message and in line so the host can thank you. She said, let's get it done. So on the way out, man, one Coop, man, Hall of Famer of the channel, man. She's asking y'all to hit that like button and hit the Cash App on the way out. Hey, it's much appreciated. Hitman X already did so. He blessed the channel on the way out, man. And if you don't get the opportunity to do so now, we will be going live again here in a few hours. So if I missed your comments or anything that you said, any topics you guys want to bring up, we could do it on the next stream here in a couple hours. But Sean, definitely appreciate you pulling up. Appreciate you being here. Salute to brother Omari Juma, man, pulling up with the basketball talk. Hopefully we can get you back as well. We got Joe Bond. Joe Bond is the undercover Brooklyn Nets fan that just don't want to admit it, but his team is going through it right now. He's going through it. Hopefully he can make it through these tough times. But salute to Joe Bond, man. We got Johnny Ali. My bad, Johnny Ali, that we didn't get to your comments and it didn't get you on the panel as much. You came a little late. Make sure you pull up next time. Salute to, and you didn't get a Z-Dub. I see the name Z-Dub. I don't know what name you go by. You got to let the people know what you go by before you get out of here.
You good? So I go by Chris D Z-Dub.
All right.
So as far as just trying to be on here, I just like to expand my knowledge on the game of basketball and see what you guys are about. And what's your Cash App again? It was FYF Sports.
Yeah, $ FYF Sports, man. Anything, like I say, anything y'all said, man, is much appreciated, man. I definitely appreciate you pulling up. You brought element, especially people who had their cameras turned on. Like for me, that just adds an element of like professionalism too.
Yeah.
This just helps, and people come on with good camera quality, good sound, man. It just makes it easier to transfer these streams over to like Spotify and Amazon Music, where I all run these streams as well. So, man, And like I said, feel free to pull up anytime you see us live, man. I got you. You know, I'm always gonna let you up, man. So
it's
appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. No, but it's not just that though. The thing is, when I debate, you know, I want y'all to see my face. Whether I make a dumbass take and, you know, being all over the internet, or
we're gonna get back to our head-to-head debates this week, man, because Super Bowl weekend is coming close. I've been slacking on it, so we gotta really pan out our top 8 debaters. I gotta get back on the grind and really pushing these debates before Super Bowl weekend gets here. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you go now. Appreciate you being here. And salute to Z Dub, man, for pulling up as well. Hey, y'all, man, the challenge is real, man. Appreciate One Cool P for pushing that for me, man. Like a lot of people don't understand, man. It takes a lot to get these shows together, like just to do this live stream, man. I had to set this up last night. It takes probably an hour and a half to get these things set up properly. Make sure they're in the algorithm correctly. Make sure you got, you know, the OBS studio and all these other things running. So, man, anything y'all give, man, it just keeps, you know, all of us as content creators, whether it's SB, Cuba Starks, all of us, man, it's just a good way to keep them grinded and motivated, because a lot of y'all spend more time here watching YouTube than you do watching actual cable, but you'll pay cable $89, $90, $100, $150 a month for half the channels you don't even watch, but you're over here watching for free. So, you know, showing your support, man, and appreciation, man, through the Cash App is big. She says we can do the challenge next stream. All right, man, definitely appreciate that, One Cool P. I'll text you when we go live, man. We can run that stream. We haven't done a donation stream in a minute, so. But I think this next topic that we're gonna be talking about is gonna be the perfect stream to do it on. I think the next topic that we're going to be talking about is one that I've seen very few people talk about. So I think it'll be the perfect stream to do the donation stream on. So I definitely appreciate One Cool P. And like I said, the One Cool P is already, man, you know, going through a lot of things in 2022. Hopefully 2023 pans out to be a better year for not just you, but for everybody. But, you know, everybody has to go, you know, tons of trials and tribulations as we get older, man, a ton of crazy things. Like I never expected my thumb to be messed up. So I got to bounce back from that. And, you know, this is my dominant hand. This is my left hand. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, hey, we're going to go ahead and wrap this up for the night, or not for the day, for the afternoon. We're going to be going back live in a few hours. So make sure y'all subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell so you know when we're going live, and definitely follow us on Instagram or Twitter or even TikTok to make sure you don't miss any of the notifications when we go live. Because, you know, sometimes these notifications don't be hitting everybody's phone. Maybe you turn the notifications off on your phone or something. So just to make sure you get the notifications, make sure you follow us on social media. But let me put this in the chat on the way out. Hold on. I'll drop that link in the chat one more time. Again, anything y'all do is much, much appreciated. Hold on one second. He says, can I email you about an idea, Biz? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I'll put my email in the chat for you. Hold on one second. Biz Shorty, here's my email right here. All right, email's in the chat for you. So, Biz, you can just email me. It's fyfsportsdebates@gmail.com. Just shoot me an idea, you know. I'll open to all ideas. Remember, we try to talk about basketball, but we put it in a context that not a lot of other people are talking about. So that's what makes it a little bit more interesting. So, yeah, definitely send me that email, man. I got you. Hey, but y'all, it's FYF Sports, man. It's been another great podcast episode. See you guys in a few hours after we set this next stream up. But we will be back with more sports and news. Until then, it's FYF Sports. And we out.